Yeah, and the look in her eyes, too, when she looks at the camera.
I'll kill you all.
Really strange. So, anyhow, that's kind of going by the wayside for now, but I would imagine that will be reactivated at some point.
Doubt. If she gets what she wants, it'll be back up.
Allison Mack, the actress, has begun her prison sentence for crime stemming with her involvement in the NXIVM cult. The former Smallville actress is currently housed at the Federal Correctional Institution in Dublin, California. She actually headed back early to start this. So Mack got a head start on her 3-year prison sentence.
I wonder, so you watched the series, right?
Yeah.
Which was great. It's a documentary series on HBO about this cult. I wonder, I'm trying to think post-prison Preston and what she does with her life.
Right.
Once you've been through something like this, and by the way, she was the one I think who sort of angled for the branding. They actually did on the people. They actually would brand these women.
Yeah. If she's smart, she will try to get involved in helping to warn people of cults and maybe make a living out of that.
Well, that's a way to go.
Back in June, she was ordered by a judge to surrender herself to a facility by September 29th. Officials say she checked in Monday, September 13th. So she's in advance of when she was supposed to start, and I guess maybe she's looking to that curry favor. I don't know.
You have to realize on Smallville, she played the ultimate girl next door. It'd be like Betty White appearing in a 2 Girls, 1 Cup video. I mean, it's the absolute antithesis of what we thought of her as.
She was sentenced to 3 years in prison after pleading guilty to charges that she manipulated women into becoming sex slaves within the NXIVM organization. At her sentencing in Brooklyn Federal Court, Mack renounced Keith Raniere, who founded NXIVM. She said, "I made choices I will forever regret." Also told the judge she's filled with remorse and guilt. She said, "I'm sorry to those of you that I brought into NXIVM." She wrote in a letter filed with the court, "I am sorry I ever exposed you to the nefarious and emotionally abusive schemes of a twisted man." But she was along for it the whole way.
She was so deeply into it. And the interesting chronology here, Preston, another cast member of Smallville had brought her in.
Yeah.
Once they got in, though, that original cast member said, I'm not liking this, and left.
Yeah. All right. CBS has scrapped its planned 5-episode competition series for activists that was supposed to debut next month and is changing it to a one-time documentary after getting backlash over it, according to
Is
Variety.
Terry Bradshaw still going to be the host?
No, but there were celebrities. Footage of the activists that had already been shot is being discarded. The fierce criticism began after Usher, Julianne Hough, and Priyanka Chopra Jones were announced as hosts last week, with people blasting the idea of a competition show meant to celebrate and encourage activism. It was a game show about activism.
Come on. That's like having a paramedic game show. Who can save the most lives in a night?
Yeah, exactly. A statement from CBS Global Citizen Live Nation announcing the changes said the documentary that will air will, quote, showcase the tireless work of 6 activists and the impact they have advocating for causes they deeply believe in. Global Citizen released its own separate statement in which it said, "Global activism centers on collaboration and cooperation, not competition. We apologize to the activists, hosts, and the larger activist community. We got it wrong." Is what they said.
All right.
Yeah.
So they are messed up. They are owning up to it. Exactly. JoJo Siwa slammed Nickelodeon for stopping her from using the songs from her film The J-Team on her upcoming tour.
We were just talking about how excited we are over the J-Team, which is about a Jewish dating site, right?
It's not, but it sounds like it would
okay.
be. So she went after the network in a series of tweets on Tuesday and Wednesday. Siwa explained, I go out on tour in January. My movie musical was just released with 6 new original songs. Nickelodeon told me today that I'm not allowed to perform or add any of the songs from the film into my show. These are my songs, my voice, and my writing. Does this seem fair?
If she signed a contract, it's fair.
Right, exactly. The performer continued saying, I want my concert to be the best it could possibly be.
The bestest.
And I want to perform the songs that you have been waiting to hear for 2 years. By the way, I thought she was a dancer.
No.
She is a dancer.
Oh, but she...
No, she was a dancer.
Jinx, oh my
So she's a dancer and a singer, Preston.
Ah,
So
okay.
she's she was one of the original dance moms. She wasn't the mom; she was the daughter. Obviously.
Okay.
Having the music from my movie, she said, in my show is important to me, and I wish it was important to Nickelodeon. Remember, I'm a human, not just a brand. She's hitting the road January 13th, starting in Spokane, Washington. How old is she? Do we know?
She's like 18, 19, I think.
I don't think she's that old.
She's definitely. I've noticed in the past because I've seen video footage of her
18
from a little while ago, and she seemed like a little kid. Now she seems like a young woman.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, she's pushing that.
She's definitely developing, and she's
a lot of glitter
moving along. So yeah, she started when she was in, I guess, like 13 or something like that, maybe. I don't know. Dance Moms would have gone back even further.
Right.
So yeah. All right. Anyhow, moving on. The Wendy Williams show's 13th season premiere has been delayed so that Wendy can recover from a breakthrough case of COVID-19. The show announced her diagnosis on Instagram Wednesday, writing, while continuing her health evaluations, Wendy has tested positive for a breakthrough case of COVID-19 to allow Wendy time to quarantine and fully recover and to ensure that our production fully abides by SAG-AFTRA and DGA COVID protocols.
I'll be back soon.
Expect to begin on June 13th, to begin the 13th season of the Wendy Williams Show on Monday, October 4th. In the meantime, repeats will be scheduled. Now, The Sun also reports that shortly after the announcement was made, the NYPD was called to the talk show's high-rise building to assist a 57-year-old female that matched her description for, quote, psychiatric services. However, a police spokesperson would not confirm if the woman was Williams or not. So I don't know, but she may have been checked out for one reason or the other. I'm not sure. Michael K. Williams from The Wire was laid to rest on Tuesday. The private funeral service was held at Stevens Episcopal Cathedral in Harrisburg. About 150 family and friends attended the service, including celebrities like Queen Latifah and Williams The Wire castmates Andre Royo, who played Bubbles, and Felicia Pearson, who also doubled as a pallbearer. According to reports, Williams' final resting place will also be in Harrisburg, where his mother, Paula Thompson Williams, has been living for over 20 years. He was, if you missed the story, he was found dead last week in his apartment. He was 54 years old. All right, Reba McEntire was rescued from a second-story window by firefighters after a building stairwell collapsed.
Whoa. So we've had a couple of stairwell stories and staircase stories. You had one yesterday in the Bizarre File about one that a guy fell through and died.
Yeah, it was a professor in Boston, and there were steps that either I think they were missing and it was closed, and he didn't know it, and he stepped through and died. So the stairs connecting the second and third levels crashed on top of the stairs beneath them. Nobody was killed in this accident.
Right.
That's miraculous.
It is.
After the collapse, McEntire and others touring the building were trapped on multiple floors. Video of Reba being evacuated via a fire ladder from the second floor has been viewed. McEntire tweeted about the incident Wednesday, writing, well, my team and I were at Atoka, Oklahoma yesterday, checking out an old historical building. A staircase collapsed. Thankfully, no one was seriously injured. We were safely evacuated from the building thanks to the quick responses from the fire and police departments.
There's a great shot of her standing in this open, what used to be an access to a staircase.
Right.
You know, and she's like, okay.
Kobe Sherrill, who was visiting the building with McEntire for a future project, said the stairs seemed weak, but we did not realize how weak it was until several people had gone down it, and then we heard the crash and saw the stairs fall.
Do you remember, was it here? It was a series of fire escapes with, sort of the landings at the top. People had congregated on one. I don't
remember that.
And there were maybe 4 or 5 stories, and the top one pancaked down on all of the ones below it, and there were people on all of them. I remember that story.
Anybody get killed?
Yes.
Oof,
yeah.
Man. 6 other people were removed from the building along with McEntire. One person was taken to the hospital with minor injuries. Bella Hadid shared a photo of herself getting vaccinated, taken on August 6th in response to fans who assumed that she skipped the Met Gala because she didn't meet the COVID-19 restrictions for the event.
She's our local Hadid, right? Or is it Gigi?
Or is it Gigi? I'm not sure. Kathy, you wanted me to tell you
Yes.
if I had a Hadid story.
Yeah. So
I forgot why. You never told me.
and this is all
Hadid alert?
No, this is all connected to the same person. But a friend of mine got a phone call from Yolanda. Because she suffered from Lyme disease.
Right.
Yolanda.
Who did? Yolanda did, or
Yolanda
Yolanda
did.
Hadid.
She actually has like
Yolanda.
I think she has a book out case, and she didn't have any relief for years. She said she spent thousands of dollars trying to get some relief. And my friend is going through it, and she has a terrible bout with it. They can't get her any relief. It's actually really sad.
So Yolanda reached out to her?
Reached out to her, and
Yolanda.
they have a mutual friend. They both get their hair done by the same person.
They get their hair did at the same place?
Reached out to her and was like, look, this is what happened to me. I basically wasted so much money trying to find something that works. And she, told her what she did, and they sort of have been communicating
Has
with
it been working for your friend?
So this just happened.
All
Did
right.
I say this to you last week,
Yeah, I
Preston?
think last
Well, that's very cool.
I don't know yet what my friend has done, but
Yeah.
she reached out to her and was like, listen,
nice.
I know the pain, and I know, people go through this, and the doctors they put her on steroids and antibiotics and all this kind of stuff that's not working. And so,
Kath,
she was trying to help her. It was, I thought, that's a nice story.
That's a nice Hadid for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it really
that's
is.
a nice Hadid deed.
Well, we all, there was somebody that we all know whose brother was going through the same thing, but everything went misdiagnosed for years.
Yes.
And he just posted on Facebook, he's like, it's been Lyme disease the whole time.
Yeah,
Right.
Lyme disease ends up being the culprit a lot of times when you have one of these elusive sort of things. We had a conversation last week about these things that just you're sort of in a nightmare when you're dealing with it.
Well, that was nice. It was a good Hadid.
A good Hadid.
Good Hadid done.
Yolanda.
So Yolanda did that, and Bella is vaccinated. So she just wanted everybody to be aware that that's not why she was away from the Met Gala. I know I never even answered the question why we weren't at the Met Gala, but we'll get to that's another such strange
Well,
story.
we all have
we'll talk
Lyme
about
disease.
later.
It's a long story.
Listen, next month you guys are getting the Nobel Peace Prize.
Jennifer Aniston will not be attending the Emmy Awards this year. The morning show star told Jimmy Kimmel that she'll be skipping the event because she is concerned about the spread of the COVID-19 Delta variant. Aniston, who received a nomination for the Friends reunion special, said that executive producer and director Ben Winston will most likely accept the Outstanding Variety Special award on her behalf if they win, if the HBO Max special wins. This is interesting. I want to see what you guys think about this. After 33 years of patiently waiting for all the pieces to come together, famed Canadian filmmaker Ivan Reitman has confirmed that he will, in fact, be making a sequel to his 1988 buddy comedy, Twins.
No way.
Yes, and it's got an interesting twist on it. Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger, of course, played twins who were separated at birth and then reunited at 35. Joining the cast will be Tracy Morgan as the third long-lost Benedict brother.
No way.
That's pretty good.
Playing triplet to DeVito and Schwarzenegger in a role that was originally pegged for Eddie Murphy.
Okay, but all right, so age-wise, that doesn't match up.
What?
Are they the same age?
No. Like the DeVitos.
The DeVitos.
As if he
The
and
great
Arnold are actual
acting
brothers.
DeVito family. No, yeah,
DeVito and Schwarzenegger are in
Much older.
Yeah.
But maybe they use the same DNA from the men. I don't know. So
possible.
somehow or another, they'll make it work.
There was a running joke on 30 Rock for a stretch, Casey, with Tracy Morgan, and they couldn't determine his age.
Okay.
He was either 25 or 55 because it's Tracy Morgan, and you're like, we don't know, So I think they can probably find a way to write it in and make it seem like he's the same age as Schwarzenegger.
No, you're right. Like maybe it was test tube.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
That makes more sense.
According to Deadline, the forthcoming flick was just announced at the Toronto International Film Festival, where it proved to be one of the hottest packages at the annual event. Directed and produced by Reitman, the aptly named Triplets will reportedly start filming in Boston this January. Reitman said Twins was quite successful, and some years later, this whole thing started with Arnold meeting Eddie Murphy, and the suggestion came from one of them. And he said of the 1988 movie Twins, which came after Stripes and Ghostbusters, but before Kindergarten Cop and Ghostbusters 2 in his lengthy filmography. Reitman says the team originally started writing a script with Eddie, but that after Coming to America 2 was released in March, the actor and comedian got fully booked up. And by that point, they'd already made plans to start filming early next year.
Interesting.
And so Reitman had said, I'd been good friends with Tracy Morgan for a long time, and I always thought he was one of the funniest men in the world. I thought that he would make a terrific triplet, and he rewrote the whole script for him.
Yakety yak. Don't talk back.
And he said, now we'll go out and try and put the money together and get it made. That could be fun.
Yes. When is Jason Reitman's Ghostbusters film coming out?
Soon, right?
Right? It's got to be soon, right?
Maybe. Why would they release that at Christmas and not Halloween?
The way they're releasing things now bears little resemblance to what it classically has been.
Right.
Fall 2021.
Okay.
Ghostbusters. And by the way, one of the writers on Triplets is Josh Gad.
Wait, fall 2021.
This year.
That's
right now.
That's in the next
couple weeks.
Yeah. Interesting.
Did we see it already?
I wonder if...
It looks like November.
Okay.
Yeah, but Josh Gad, one of the writers on Triplets, so that shows promise as well.
Nice. Excellent. Yesterday, the trailer for Steven Spielberg's remake of West Side Story dropped. Did you guys get a chance to see it?
I did see it.
Yeah.
Now, I'm a massive fan of the original, but I thought this looks good.
I got a little choked up on it.
Yeah.
Steve.
Really?
Yeah, just that song, Tonight.
Tonight
I was like, oh, my
won't be just any night.
The love against the odds, man.
Absolutely, man. And I don't want to give it away. Tony gets killed.
No. Why did you do that?
Oh, my.
Don't want to give it away.
Oh, did I? Yeah, I guess I was.
So anyhow, the preview clocking in at more than 2 minutes in length shows a classical forbidden love between Ansel Elgort's Tony and Rachel Zegler's Maria. And Rita Moreno. Is this her singing?
No, this is from the original. This would be who did the voice work for?
No, but this voice right here. So a few people sing.
This could be Rita Moreno.
I think it's Rita Moreno.
So pretty that I hardly can believe I'm real.
No, this would be Natalie Wood's voice double, I think.
Rita Moreno, who won an Oscar for her performance in the original film, also appears in this film, and she's definitely featured in the trailer.
Yeah, she is. As well, she should be because she's phenomenal. And in the original, she's. Rita Moreno's amazing.
Yeah.
Just all the stuff she's done.
Yeah. Let's see. How about this? Gwendolyn Christie, the actress. She played, for those of you who watched Game of Thrones, Brienne of Tarth, is set as a lead in Wednesday, Tim Burton's live-action Addams Family series for Netflix. God, maybe she'll be the female version of Lurch. She's huge.
She's gigantic.
Yeah.
She was in the Star Wars films.
She was. Yeah. She was in was she in The Mandalorian too? No, she was in.
No.
I've lost
Rise of Skywalker, maybe.
I think it was Rise of Skywalker, yeah.
Last Jedi.
Deadline reports that the Game of Thrones alum will play Larissa Weems, the principal of Nevermore Academy.
That could work.
Who has an axe to grind with her former classmate Morticia Addams, played by Catherine Zeta-Jones.
How tall is she?
She's over 6
She's got to be over 6.
She's. I want to say she's at least 6'2".
I'm kind of upset that
maybe
they punched her clock in the movie. She's 6'3".
Wow.
Because she was to have her be a Vader-ish kind of badass was cool.
So Jaina Ortega stars in the titular role of Wednesday, while Luis Guzman is set to play Gomez Addams. Can't wait to see that. Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon have big plans for the future of The Morning Show. The duo recently told E! News Daily Pop that they want to do a big celebrity interview on the fictional news show. Aniston said she'd love to do a meta interview with Julia Roberts, with Witherspoon adding that they should have 4 glasses of wine and then interview celebrities. The second season debuts on Friday, by the way, tomorrow. On Apple TV.
And new Ted Lasso tomorrow.
Yes.
There's a word that like meta. It's kind of, for me. It's like sublime. Like I don't.
Meta
I never know what it means because this.
You don't know what sublime means?
Sometimes I do and sometimes I don't. But right now I don't.
Sublime is wonderful.
Okay,
perfect.
All right. So now I know.
Yes. Okay.
But like it's one of those words where I'm like, I don't. I would never use it because I'd be like,
oh, am I using this wrong?
I'm totally using this wrong, right?
I always assumed meta means very deep, very focused.
Yeah, it's also like breaking the fourth wall, too.
Right,
So, like,
self-referential.
So in Ocean's 12, for example, it's funny that you brought up Julia Roberts. Julia Roberts plays Julia Roberts in Ocean's 12. And then there's inside jokes with Bruce Willis playing Bruce Willis, and all these other actors are playing regular characters. And so the version of Julia Roberts in Ocean's 12 is kind of meta. And
Wait,
so
isn't she the love interest in Ocean's 11?
Yes, and so she's and then they use her to play her in Ocean's 12. There's this setup of bringing Julia Roberts to Rome. I don't know if you remember that part of the plot.
Do you know what sort of meta is the Deadpool series?
Okay.
It's
that's very meta,
right.
yeah.
So it's constantly...
It's knowing.
Yeah,
it's a knowing look, a knowing nod. And yeah, Ryan Reynolds, a lot of what Ryan Reynolds does is meta.
All right. Yeah, here's the actual definition of a creative work. It's an adjective. It says referring to itself or to the conventions of its genre, self-referential.
So it's like Metamucil. I'm always aware I'm pooping more than I would normally be.
Okay, so you know that's going on.
Exactly.
Speaking of which, Metamucil, everything was off the shelf at the CVS the other day.
You need a hookup?
It was all gone.
You need a hookup?
No, I'll go back. I have enough for the rest. I have enough for the rest of the week. But I was like, how can all of the Metamucil be gone?
What the hell happened?
Every single bit of it was gone.
When it works really well, you know what it feels like? It's sublime.
Oh my gosh! I should show you a picture.
Thank you for circling this back around, Nick. I have one more story. Anthony Mackie, who we love to death, Captain America, has lined up his next big non-Marvel role, signing on to star in Sony's upcoming live-action Twisted Metal TV show. Written by Deadpool's Rhett Reese, very meta, and Paul Wernick. The series will adapt the long-running series of PlayStation automotive combat games in which a variety of psychopaths blow up world landmarks in their souped-up cars in exchange for a chance to be granted their greatest wish.
Did you ever play that game?
I did not.
A lot of fun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Mackie
Complete carnage.
will star in the series as John Doe, dropped into a plot which seems to have been loosely based on the frequently convoluted plot lines of the game. The character's name and his affliction of amnesia seems to draw from 2001's Twisted Metal Black, in which a similar character competes in the tournaments in order to find out who he really is. But certain elements of Reese and Wernick's script are definitely new, including the revelation that Mackie will be playing a, quote, smart-ass milkman in the series.
Yeah, that's one of the vehicles.
Tapping into one of the literature's greatest and most recurring archetypes. Also, rather than just straight up killing people with his milk truck, Mackie's Doe will be tasked with crossing the country while transporting a mysterious package.
All right, let's see how they do this.
So
I'm interested. You know, they I don't know if it was ever made, but there was talk years ago of taking a game that I really enjoyed called Spy Hunter.
Yep.
And it was Dwayne Johnson was going to be a part of it, and they were going to do the deal. And I think they've done it a few times. What was the from Breaking Bad?
Aaron Paul?
Yeah, he was in the video game. They were trying to ramp it up for to compete with the Fast and the Furious.
Right.
And I'm having a brain fart on the game series, but it didn't do too well. It's Need for Speed. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always hit or miss.
All right, we're ready to move on to clips, if you will. Everybody's talking about Jamie tells the story of a 16-year-old misfit boy who dreams of becoming a drag queen. We had the stars on.
We did.
In this clip, Max Hardwood recalls an exciting day on set. Here we go.
We did a street party, which is full of like thousands of people that were invited to Dearlands Avenue in Sheffield. And we were driving down this street in a limo, and people were screaming, and you know there were drag queens there, and boys, girls, and everything in between. And it was just such a beautiful reminder of what we were doing and how many people that it could potentially touch.
Everybody's talking about Jamie is now streaming on Amazon Prime. Here's the next clip for you. Scenes from a Marriage is a reimagined version of Ingrid Bergman's 1973 miniseries about a deteriorating partnership. In this clip, Jessica Chastain explains why the show is a must-watch modern-day love story.
I think it's beautiful at the end where, you know, there's so much love there, but it's not possessive and it's not ownership, and you're not forcing anyone to be something inauthentic to who they are. It's very pure at the end.
I don't think I want to see it.
So Oscar Isaac is in this movie too, I believe.
Yes, he is.
And so there's I guess they were at an event, a red carpet event. Did you see the slowed down?
I did.
They're posing for pictures, and she's got her arm kind of draped on him, and he is like caressing her arm. And he turns and looks at her and has this most passionate, I mean, he's a stud to begin with.
He is.
And has just this,
he like kisses her arm.
He kisses her arm in this real seductive move.
Are
and
they
it's
together?
like right out of Hollywood.
It's super sexy. So they were comparing it to the Bradley Cooper Lady Gaga duet during the Oscars.
Yeah.
And it kind of like almost licks her armpit at one point.
Yeah, it's pretty hot.
Oh, wow.
But I think he was just trying to crack her up, Case.
Oh, okay.
He was trying to have some fun with her.
She was laughing about it. She got a kick out of it. So, but this glare, we need to see this slow video. I'll show it to you if you can find a Case. Scenes from a Marriage is now streaming on HBO Max, by the way, and that is what we have in our entertainment report this morning. All right, so we're going to take a break because we want to make sure we stay on time. In less than an hour, your first chance to win $500 and maybe $10,000 happens this morning. MMR's Money Clips. We're also going to have the daughter of Don Knotts on. Legendary actor.
Multiple Emmy Award winner.
And Karen Knotts has written a book about his life. So we're going to talk to her, and I'm interested to hear the stories. We'll take a break and be back in just a sec, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Kate Middleton and Prince William are opening up about their family life and what it's like behind palace walls.
We enjoy swinging.
The pair joined baking guru Mary Berry for a Berry Royal Christmas.
I love her.
On the BBC.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Sharing his perspective on how he has been talking to his kids about the causes they champion. William noted that when he drives Prince George and Princess Charlotte to school, they point out homeless people and ask questions.
Daddy, run over them. They frighten me. Will do.
He said on the school run, I know it sounds a little bit...
I killed that one.
Got one.
Keep score back there. Do you all have a pad and paper and pencils and such? 1-1.
You got two that time. William also highlighted his late mother, Princess Diana's work, and credited her with opening his and brother Harry's eyes. And he said that a visit to the Passage Homeless Charity was one of the first places I came to, actually. It must have been between 8 and 10 years old, something like that, and it had a profound effect on me. He said, my mother knew what she was doing with it. She realized that it was very important when you grow up, especially in the life that we grew up in, that you realize that life happens beyond palace walls and that you see the real people struggling with real issues.
And this is the cake woman they're talking to?
This is the cake woman.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me all this time?
Yeah. Mary Berry. And
I simply asked, how are you doing?
The special aired yesterday on the BBC, by the way.
There was a throwaway line that made a lot of press. I guess it was in the Daily Mail. She said to Kate Middleton, basically something like, would you like to squirt on the cake?
Oh, geez.
And so there was actually isolation. They thought that was rather amusing. Why don't you lift up your skirt, hop up on the table, and squirt on the cake? Squirt. You know, like they do in pornographic films.
Royal jelly.
Royal jelly. Wow, you're like a geyser.
Okay. Kevin Costner has set a new drama at ABC. ISB will tell the story of elite special agents of the Investigative Services Branch, whose job it is to solve the most complex and heinous crimes committed in national parks in the Pacific West region.
ISB?
ISB. He is going to produce and write this. It's a procedural. Former The Flash showrunner Aaron Helberg and Costner will co-write and executive produce. And Helbing will also be, act as the showrunner. I don't think he's planning on acting.
He's producing
in the whole thing.
He's also producing a series for NBC called DVDA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which and it's another division, Preston.
I guess that is.
There's 2 openings in that particular division.
Jesus. Well, and there's 2 different divisions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So 4 openings total.
Yeah.
No, 2 openings,
just 2
4
openings.
positions.
Wow. I'm with DVDA. Any openings there are 2.
You guys are talking about the Delaware Valley Dance Academy, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
4 positions.
4 positions for 2 openings.
Right.
I needed
Look up
that.
DVDA.
I needed that.
Or don't.
Yeah. Or don't.
No, or
Yeah.
just watch Blue Waffle.
Or you could just know what
Go
that
about
is.
the rest of your day without doing that.
Did you guys see the updated E.T. commercial that's
I
on?
did.
It's
Yeah.
great. I love it.
It is
Steven
cool.
Spielberg directed it.
Did he?
That's what
I was wondering because
that's what I read.
Like, you can't tread on Steven Spielberg's territory.
Yeah. Well, Henry Thomas, who played Elliot, allegedly tampered with his sobriety test during a DWI stop. According to a police report obtained by TMZ, he refused a breathalyzer during a stop in Oregon. He was reportedly taken to a station and put in a holding cell. And when a urine sample was taken, the report claims he filled it with toilet water.
The oldest trick in the book. E.T. taught him that.
He denies the claim.
If you're ever arrested for drinking, take your urine specimen and mix it with toilet water.
He denies the claim. Last month, the 48-year-old pleaded no contest to driving under the influence. He was given a $500 fine. I was also told to attend a victim impact panel and install a car
Here, I'll
breathalyzer.
piss in a cup for you.
Oh my God!
There are no minerals in this urine that are not even on Earth anywhere.
It's purple.
It looks like the purple stuff. You drink instead of Sunny Delight.
Breaking news.
Really?
What's up?
Marissa was just telling me you sent it over. Okay. We heard rumblings about this, I guess, Monday, that Pearl Jam is going to have new music out?
Oh, yeah. Bill mentioned something to us about that.
Okay. We have a clip of the song Marissa just sent over.
Oh.
And she's going to get you some information on the album. What's the name of the song, Marissa?
I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She's not. What is it?
It's called Four Corners.
The Four Corners.
Four Corners. Just a clip of the song. You want to
So
play?
it's ready to go now?
Yeah.
Did you finish the endorsement or the?
I did.
Okay,
I
all
did.
right.
Yeah. So limited time offer was the last part of that.
All right.
New music, Pearl Jam. Just a clip of it.
You got like 40
Very cool.
seconds.
All right, here we go. Let's check this out.
Hook, line, and sinker.
As soon as the vocals started, his head popped up.
But it was believable vocals. The first line of the vocals was like, well, Casey's going to make fun of this. What's the guitar?
It's actually Mike McCready.
Mike McCready. Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
But you can play now. Both you can play.
Not this.
You know how some songs speak to you more than others?
Yeah. I think this one hits you where you live.
This one speaks to me.
That speaks directly to you.
Directly
Yeah.
I mean, it's for crying out
Gets
loud.
me in all the feels, man.
Casey was so excited.
Oh,
he played that for me yesterday.
I was even more excited last night when Nick tweeted out you had answered somebody's tweet about Pearl Jam coming out with new music this week. I was like, oh my God, this is so perfect.
Well, there's and I saw that you liked that tweet, by the way. There's
now we know why he liked that tweet.
There's a Pearl Jam account in Italy that actually helps break some Pearl Jam news around the world or whatever. And
Pearl Jamma.
No, it's Pearl Jam Online Italia. And we've been talking about possible new Pearl Jam music all week because we heard from Bill Weston that there might be some.
That's not it.
And, well, no, clearly. But the more we talk about it and the less that actual Pearl Jam music shows up, the more nervous I am about actually talking about it on air because it's just been rumors thus far. You know, we haven't actually had any. So then you got me today.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine? Because he was certainly impressed with MMR and the whole thing, and the reference. If at some point some reference in some way pertaining to you, Nick, ended up in a song, whether it be not by name or a reference or something.
Just
or
call it a day at that point. I just retire if that ever happened.
Yeah.
I'm done.
All right. So that's your breaking news.
Breaking news.
Music news this morning. Brand new Pearl Jam. No, the rumor is actually that there is new music from the band that's supposed to surface.
Supposedly?
Supposedly. I ask you. I guess this week, but whether that comes to pass or not, remains to be seen. So we will see. And yes, we got a lot of people texting that you got them as well.
Nice.
Some phone calls coming in too. So please welcome Mr. Frank Caliendo to the show.
What a great entrance. I walked in and I met old friends from the hallway.
Wow.
It was somebody from another station down the hall was like, wait a second, are you Frank Caliendo? I'm like, yeah. He goes, okay. And then he walked away and didn't let me in. And then I'm just standing there with these other guys, and which we became great friends. No, yeah. And
sometimes you just know.
And then, and then I was like, "You're not gonna just let me in?" I would have left these guys here in a heartbeat. I have no problem with that. And they're like, "We would have done it too." They're like, "You're just stuck here with these two creepy guys." I'm like, "You have no idea what my life is like. You're zero on the creepy meter. Your creepy meter doesn't even come close to get." They were very nice.
I feel like it's gotten to a point where we should just give you a key fob so you can get in.
I would take it. I have stations where I have that.
You do have the key fob accessibility?
Yeah, I've had that and entry codes like in Arizona.
But now here you have construction going on, so you'd be at actual
I also have a key.
peril.
I have a key to a crane.
You do? They gave you a key?
How do you think I got in?
Oh my God!
I didn't take a door. I was dropped in.
It's wild when you come up here. So a lot of people don't know they're actually going to add an atrium onto the building that's going to go up 4 floors. It'll be right outside our window here. So they're actually digging up the whole front of the building. And so we haven't heard it as of yet. But
Nick let me know in advance.
Did you walk over here?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think? I think I Ubered from across the street?
I wouldn't put it past you.
How lazy do you know that I am?
But your hotel's literally a block away.
Let's just tell everybody where I'm staying. That's great.
Room 472.
Then you want to see some creepy factor, guys? I want to tell you guys because I was so excited this weekend. I shouldn't say no. I hadn't been to one of these in a while. It was a comic convention kind of thing.
Yes. Yeah. You're a comic book nerd.
I like comic books. I'm getting into them. I'm getting back into them. I liked them when I was a kid. I'm more into the stuff that my daughter's into. Barbies, My Little Pony. No,
you're into
more just looking for a joke.
It just got creepy again.
Yes, no problem. I like to comb their hair. My Little Pony.
You know what they call those bronies?
Yeah.
Is there such a thing?
Yes,
I'll get into it. I got no problem.
It's a legitimate fetish. They're called bronies.
Not that there's anything wrong with that. So, hey Jerry, what I was going to do there was going to get real creepy. So this one was called AceCon. All right, and
Arizona?
No, it's a national thing.
Okay.
I think they might do one in Philadelphia too eventually, but they go all over and they do major celebrities from the movies.
Yeah.
So Tom Hiddleston was at this one, who was
cool.
Loki.
Yeah, we love Hiddleston. Yeah.
Oh, and he's nicer in person than he is as Loki. First of all, but he's so nice. But he comes up. I don't know if they. I can never tell this because he was so smooth and so incredible and so British.
And it made me think of something that I wanted to tell you guys about.
Sure.
This isn't going to take a whole long time here, but I know that you got to get your stuff together.
Give me time. Yeah.
All right. So this light over here.
Right out in front of the building.
At Belmont and St. Asaph.
Okay.
Yes. All right. I took a picture of it the other day, and it's still there. It's been there for weeks. The yellow light and you almost can't even see the yellow light anymore. It's got a bee's nest in it.
Oh, seriously?
Like a straight up bee's nest in the yellow light.
Let me see it. I want to see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
a beehive.
Beehive, bee's nest. Yeah. Are they hives?
Hive.
Beehive.
A hive. Here,
so
I'll have to
listen, I was actually just having a conversation about bees with a friend of mine. She had an enormous beehive outside of her daughter's window. Oh, wow. Yeah, outside. Sorry, I was looking at the picture. Outside of her daughter's window, so much so that it was waking her daughter up. She could hear
the sound of the bees.
She could hear it.
Wow.
The guy came, treated it, said it was one of the worst that he had seen.
Well, this is blocking the entire yellow light.
Right, and so, but the guy said, and I forget what she told me, but that this is the one of the worst years for bees, and that they should be gone in a couple of weeks. Like by mid-October, they'll be gone, and we won't have this issue.
And then the murder hornets come in.
Well, speaking of bugs. We made it through the entire summer without the Chinese lantern fly being a problem. And
No, they're in the city.
The last week, I was in the city yesterday for my doctor's appointment out front here in this building, but down at where CHOP is and Perlman Center, that's where I was getting for my doctor's appointment. All over the sidewalk, flying into the buildings. Oh my God! Because
we've
insane.
had Nick. If I've seen two maybe in my backyard.
Same exact way, Steve.
I killed a couple of them yesterday in my yard, but it's nowhere near what it was 2 years ago.
And I agree. And I hadn't experienced anything like that except until yesterday, walking around the city, and it's mid-September, and all of a sudden they're an issue again.
If I also the cicadas,
What cicadas?
Cicada Geddon.
Yeah.
My cat has brought 2 dead cicadas to the back
nice.
door.
This week?
That's it.
Okay,
That's all.
all right.
That's all I've seen.
But Nick, the lanternflies, it was a problem out in Montgomery County, right? And we saw none of it, right? And then it slowly moved its way out of Montco into Chesco, and then it was in Delco, but it wasn't anywhere else. And it's not a problem in Delco anymore. And now
Where
it's in
is it?
Well,
Then?
it's in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was at the Phillies game in July, they were all over the place, flying around Citizens Bank Park and everything.
Sitting in the seats.
I was like, that is my seat. And I had to show him.
Me out to the ball game.
One had a Yankees hat on.
I showed him my ticket. He was like,
Boo!
Wow.
we give you enough time?
Yeah, you got enough time.
All right.
I had to absorb this information last second. But
You just read War and Peace.
I did. Well, almost.
Are you doing a book report?
It's more kind of like War and Peace, but it's actually the finalists for the National Toy Hall of Fame.
I
that was
love
announced yesterday.
this.
I do too. This is always a fun
It's
conversation.
nostalgic and it makes you feel good, and it's like a big warm puppy hug.
However, it made me a little angry this morning.
Okay.
How are the Cabbage Patch Kids not in the Hall of Fame?
Not already in there?
I don't understand.
All right. Well, there's a few others I think that would be ahead of Cabbage Patch that are on this list, but it's all, subjective. By the way, the finalists were pulled from the thousands of nominations that the National Toy Hall of Fame receives each year. Anyone can nominate a toy, and a panel of experts, along with input from the public.
Where would one nominate the toy? I mean,
votes the 3 to be inducted. What's that?
Do you nominate on this specific site or?
I think so. I think you
All
go to the
right.
National Toy Hall of Fame. The 74 previous honorees have run the gamut from the simplest cardboard box and stick
for the idiots
to the ground. Well, no, it's for the kid.
I know. Yeah, when I was a kid, you could turn anything into a toy.
To more things like the groundbreaking Atari 2600 game system and universally known checkers, Crayola crayons, and marbles.
Yeah.
To be inducted, toys must have withstood tests of time and memory, changed play or toy design, and fostered learning, creativity, or discovery. So those are pretty much the requirements.
So they go as old school as a stick, and then high tech, computers and game systems.
Correct. So the winners will be inducted on November 4th. So here are the nominees.
All right. Do we need a fanfare?
No.
All right.
I think we're okay.
You want the Siberian throat singing?
American Girl Dolls, which were created in 1986, by the way.
Okay, and these are extremely popular.
Yes.
In current day, but they're not. They're just as popular as the Cabbage Patch Kid.
When did Cabbage Patch Kids debut?
I'm going to get to them.
All right.
So they're on the list. Well, all right. Well, since Kathy's just bubbling.
You don't understand.
about
This is making. I still have my Cabbage Patch Kids.
Cabbage, my wife.
So Cabbage Patch Kids were, let's see, they were the must-have holiday toy in 1983. So they predate the American Girl
God,
Doll.
and I wasn't even born when they were so popular.
But they were launched in 79.
Oh, I'm sorry, launched in 79. You're right.
Popular
you were
in
born.
83.
Yeah.
But
so.
man, because I want to talk about the Cabbage Patch, but I didn't realize that the American Girl dolls were so young. I could have sworn that they were
They're
around.
part of American heritage.
Yeah.
That goes back. No,
really?
no. But they are wildly expensive.
Oh,
I thought they were much newer.
There is a massive culture. We've talked about this based around them. There are cafes and
that store, right? And
hospitals.
Do you remember did you see,
gynecologists.
do you remember the episode of Ted Lasso when they're referencing the
Oh, yes,
American Girl Girls?
yeah.
Like all the parents had died in a tragic accident, and it was a great reference.
I bought my goddaughter an American Girl doll years ago when she was younger, and she's such a sweet kid. She didn't want to tell me, but the doll freaked her out, so she kept it hidden. Yeah, and then gave it away to somebody. And I remember seeing her, and I was like, "Do you need any clothes for your American Girl doll?" And she was like, I gave it to somebody.
Wow.
And those things are not cheap.
No, they're not.
They're expensive, and the clothes are expensive.
We went through a phase at our house as well for that, and it's just the stuff is now just sitting around. And
Yeah,
I gotta
I
get
can
rid of
see
it.
though, because the dolls tend to look a little bit more accurate.
Yeah.
Right.
And so that could be freaky.
Yeah.
Like Annabelle.
Annabelle.
The Cabbage Patch, though, was such a huge hit, and they smelled nice. They smelled like
smelled
baby
a bit
powder.
like babies.
And so
That was like fight over them at the store during Christmas.
Oh,
time.
there were bulls.
They would release new ones.
Kathy, that Schwarzenegger movie,
Jingle All the Way,
that is predicated on those famous toy store brawls over Cabbage Patch dolls.
But the cool thing about Cabbage Patch, they all had Xavier or whatever the guy's last name's
on the butt.
They all had a tattoo. They were all branded.
The Cabbage Patch dolls were part of the Nexium cult.
But so I have a very vivid memory of I got my first Cabbage Patch doll. I couldn't wait. I was 10 years old. I got him for my 10th birthday. You get the birth certificate, and I was able to rename him, right? So you send that thing, and you get the birth certificate back. And so mine was named Casey Jr. I was so excited to get this thing, right? And
the Cabbage Patch doll,
the Cabbage Patch doll. I was so because it was the thing. I was 10 years old too.
Right.
It was the thing. It was the thing that everybody had, and whatever. My neighbor across the street, and I'm going to say your name. Your name's Wayne, and you're a piece of trash because he called me the slang word for a gay person.
Because you had a doll?
Because I had a doll. He was an adult, Kathy. This dude is probably like 30 years old. Called me, and I was so happy about having this thing for my birthday.
That's terrible.
And he called me
terrible.
that. Terrible.
What a jerk. How old were you? And
I
how
was
old were you?
10 years old.
10 years old.
And it was my birthday.
What a dick.
What a
I
dick.
know. But like, oh my God.
Where's that dick now?
Yeah.
I have no idea. Wayne.
All right.
Terrible person.
How many times you asked that question in your life, Kathy?
God, where's that dick now?
When I need it.
There are so many dicks that I'm wondering where they are.
Yes.
All right, back to toys.
All right.
Toys.
Time. So,
Casey's in therapy now.
American Girl dolls.
I'm out of it now. I'm out of it.
That guy is a jerk, by the way.
Yeah.
Cabbage Patch Kids. Battleship is on the list.
I loved Battleship.
I still love
So
Battleship.
listen, you know how much I despise board games, but I did enjoy.
Well,
I did enjoy that.
There's guns and battleships.
Do you remember? Do you remember when Electronic Battleship came out?
I do.
It was
Now,
awesome.
I was a little bit older, but the when that came out, but it was very cool.
I had it. You'd hit the button and it would go. And if it hit, kaboom! You're like, yes!
What they should have done is they should have played the sounds of like
Screaming people. Yeah, burning. Burn victims.
It holds up. I played it with my nephew not that long ago. It's still fun. It was just regular Battleship too, you know. And
when
I
you
love,
find the battleship.
Oh my! It's
when you go on the street.
such a sense of relief.
You hit the bow.
Yes.
Which direction is it pointed?
Oh
Yes.
my God! It's so exciting.
You gotta still figure that out.
I remember playing my cousin in this, and he stacked all the ships on top of each other.
That is cheating.
Well,
not
do
cool.
that.
You get one hit though,
Yeah.
and you're going to take out everything.
By the way, I just an addendum. I just realized that I literally had 3 neighbors named Wayne. So anybody listening right now, it was not the father-son Waynes. It was the other one. So I'm like,
Just to clarify.
Just to clarify, because the other Waynes were darlings. Back to you, Preston.
Casey has the wandering mind syndrome this morning, which he gets from it's always there, but sometimes it's a little more intense than others, and that's today.
It's like the Police Academy 5.
All right, Battleship. Then you have billiards, commonly known as pool in the United States.
I'm not good at it, but I enjoy it.
I love playing.
tremendously.
I was playing yesterday. We have a pool table, and my son Carter has recently gotten back into playing. So I'm like, yeah, dude, because we haven't played in ages.
Do you play?
But I showed him a video. Have you guys ever seen a game called Three Cushions before, or billiards?
No.
So there are no pockets, and it is absolutely amazing what these people that play this game can do with the cue ball. It's just called
There are no pockets,
It's
you
called
said.
a white ball. Yeah, so what you have to do is you have to hit a certain amount of rails, and you have to hit, there are 2 balls, a yellow ball and a red ball, and you have to hit them in a certain order. And they make the ball dance around on the table like you've never seen. Not just regular massés.
No, yeah.
But I mean, doing these incredible combinations, it's just amazing feats that they can pull
And you can
off.
play that on a regular table?
No, there are no pockets.
I got you. Okay.
And
So you
it's-
got to fill those up with custard.
It's crazy what they can do.
All right, so you got to go get custard.
But anyway, go on YouTube and search Three Cushion. billiards and watch what they do. This is nothing. With the video that we're watching now is nothing compared to some of the stuff that are really good at it they can do.
So my parents bought a house in 1980, and the house that they bought had a pool table in the basement, and the previous owners did not want to move it. It was just too much of a pain in the ass. And so we inherited it, which was fantastic. We're like, awesome, we have a pool table in the basement now, except that the one right side of the pool table was warped really bad.
Oh, it's an issue, yeah.
But then you realize, Steve, well, if I hit it over that way, it's going to go down like a gutter. Yes. Yeah, so we had a home court advantage every time we play pool.
I love pool. I love bumper pool. What is there a technical name for that?
I never understood how the hell do you play bumper pool. I always thought that was the worst game ever invented.
Yeah.
It was just because you couldn't shoot they were really small.
Yeah.
So I never really knew how to play bumper pool. But nonetheless, billiards is on this list for the Toy Hall of Fame. Then you have the Fisher-Price corn popper. That was standard.
Yeah.
For little bitty kids.
It's like a lawnmower corn popper.
Right. It's so annoying.
Yes, it made that racket. But as a little kid, that's one of the earliest toys I remember.
Have they ever flirted with the notion of actually making the wheels create heat and actually turning it into a corn popper?
Ooh, that's a good idea. Actually, popcorn.
Yeah.
All right. Also on this list for the Toy Hall of Fame is Mahjong. The gambling game originated in China, became popular in the United States in the 1920s.
It's with the tiles, right?
I bought a Mahjong set when COVID hit because, we started playing board games and things like that.
What did you think?
The intention of learning it. We never got around. We never opened it. So it's still sitting there, and I do want to learn it.
Mahjong is the classic game for 65 and older.
Like sitting in Fort Lauderdale or whatever.
All of those kind of, You come over with some, I got some nice piece of fruit.
But I like tile games. There's a game we played called Rummy Cube. I've had Casey play it. It's a really fun game. Yeah. And Mahjong looks similar to that, so I do want to learn this. All right, here's one. Masters of the Universe. He-Man, She-Ra, and all that.
Oh, my gosh. That's not in either?
No. Mm-mm.
So the action figures. I guess. Yeah, okay.
Well, wait a second. So, but you still, it has the potential to get in and no Cabbage Patch.
Man, I had, what did I have? I had Mechaneck. I had the battering ram guy.
Kaneki.
I had Kaneki.
Yeah, this was, Steve, these action figures were equivalent to the Cabbage Patch Kids for my brothers. Like, they had all the He-Man.
Super power.
Our dog ate Beastman and pooped his head out. We had Skeletor, but we had Castle Grayskull.
You had Castle Grayskull?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah, we were big He-Men boys in our household.
Well, Kevin Smith, clearly, another one. He's produced the showrunner for that Netflix series.
Orko.
What did he say by the power of Grayskull?
I have the power.
Yeah. All right.
I am the god of hellfire.
And I have the Kaneki action figure.
And I bring you She-Ra.
Also on this list is the Pinata.
That's not it.
And that's a classic.
Is that a toy, though?
Dates back to the early 13th century China, believe it or not, but it's associated with Mexican culture.
I would consider it is a game that pays off.
Yeah.
If you win.
Yeah.
So, and it also has created the largest repository of parents getting hit in the nuts videos on AFV.
And also tons of stories of parents who didn't know that you have to fill it with the candy.
Right. I have seen that too. But I guess if done correctly, you're supposed to be blindfolded.
Right.
You have a stick. Around. And I don't know how many swings you're traditionally allowed to do. We would always, have kids step up, and I think we did away with the blindfold, and this was at my kid's birthday party. Right. You just come up and you take one swing, and then the next kid goes, and the next kid goes. That way you're not having to take the blindfold off and put it on the next kid and hang on.
Spin them around.
Oh, Marissa does this thing at their tailgate parties, I believe.
That's what I was going to say. That's squeaky. Every home tailgate at our... tailgate at our RV, somebody designs a pinata that looks like the opposing team. So it's easy to find like a cowboy.
There you go. Are they?
Something like that.
They're making them. They're homemade pinatas?
Well, no, we usually take the pinatas and then alter it somehow.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, like
I
bear
didn't
or
know if
something
they
like that.
really did the paper mache and
exact replicas of players.
No, we have fun with it. But it has become kind of a tradition, and people start creeping around about 20 minutes before kickoff.
Oh, that's nice.
It's pretty cool. And it's usually filled with booze.
Yeah. Isn't the pinatas I've encountered in my life are always filled with very crappy candy?
I don't know. It all depends on who
what you put in.
Who's doing it. Yeah.
You can get the pre-filled ones now, though.
That's probably what I was dealing with.
Marissa puts booze in hers. All right, here you go. The game Risk is on the list.
Never played it.
I played it. I hated it.
Really? I'm surprised.
It is a game. It is a game of what?
Well,
world domination.
I played with the valedictorian of our high school.
You should play with your boys.
And he destroyed me, and I hated it. I did piss me off so bad because he beat me like 3 games in a row.
It's
Didn't
funny
you
though,
flip the board?
I flipped the board,
Yeah.
and the pieces are tiny, and there's thousands of them. And years later, I was finding those pieces.
You like Catan, and I do as well. Settlers, and so there are elements of Catan that are also in Risk, and it's a strategy game.
Think of this as Chris Catan.
Steve would hate it, but yeah, I loved playing Risk growing up.
Nick, on this list, The Settlers of Catan.
No kidding.
Oh,
Wow.
That's a pretty quick. How long has that game been around then?
It's been around for a fair amount of time.
Has it?
I don't know how many years, but
why is it such the buzz game now?
Well, we just discovered it as a family last year, and we play it almost every week.
It was a pandemic game for us.
Yeah.
It was literally sitting at home on a Friday night and not
Do you
going
think
anywhere.
that was the big massage
It
on
couldn't
this?
hurt, yeah, because I mean, I love playing it. My son does, my girlfriend does. I am terrible at it. I always lose, but I have so much fun. And when I win, oh my God.
I would hate it.
It's such, Steve, you wouldn't make it 3 minutes in.
Wow, it came out in 1995?
Yeah.
And they're already considering it for this?
And Kathy's Cabbage Patch doll just sits there,
As much as I love this
weeping
game,
into its autographed ass.
as much as I love this game, and I think it's almost a perfect game the way it's constructed, I can't put it up against these other things.
Yeah.
You know?
It's too new.
Yeah. Also, here you go, Steve. Sand.
Sand?
Sand is on the
You
list.
eat sand?
Yeah. Ate sand. But think about it though. As a little kid, the sandbox, the beach, sand castles,
sand tunnels.
It's pretty much when you have kids at the beach, you just go, there you go.
Play with that.
Go ahead.
Play with that. Play with the people on their blankets.
Try not to eat too much.
Go into the water. What was the? It was different colored. There's a couple of different things.
Talking about moon sand?
Were they like moon sand? And then there were the different colored sands that you would do to make little
Like
in the
sand
jars, like sand.
Oh, in the jars.
Yeah.
You can still do that.
Right.
Yeah. And there are some that you put in
Quicksand.
like a dropper or
Yes,
You know what I mean?
It
Yeah.
almost
And you
looks like
squirt it out.
something you'd squirt like syrup out of, or like a
like
yes.
a condiment.
Right, exactly.
I mean, we had
like a ketchup.
Yeah.
Kath, anybody with children, do you guys have a sand table? We had a sand table, and it was a huge hit.
We did,
And it was just so, it was
It
easy.
had to be very structurally unsound.
No.
It's it wasn't made of sand.
No, it's not made of sand. It's a plastic table that it has actually different compartments. So you can have like watery sand on one side and then
It's
regular.
pretty messy after a while.
It
though.
does, but you have it outside.
We didn't have that.
You
Yeah.
didn't have- oh man, it was
sounds
just
cool.
Do you have a formal sand table for when you guys come by?
No, it was just all kids and all play. But it was a set it and forget it type of deal. Like, because we had it set up in our driveway, and you just put the kids in front of the sand table, and you wouldn't hear from them for a while.
We did not do the sand table because it became an outdoor cat litter box.
It does.
So
Didn't
it
have a
does.
lid?
It was disgusting. It was so we did the water table.
Okay.
Water table.
It was the same thing.
just
It
play
like
with
had
water?
little like windmills in it, and and you fill it with water, and the kids, instead of like getting into a baby pool, they would just kind of play.
Man, This totally missed us.
Yeah.
Wow,
The sand table picture we have here in the studio is not the one we had.
That looks like a giant litter box.
Yeah.
It really does.
I'm surprised you didn't have mountain lions coming down and take a dump in it.
We had the sand box as kids.
We
Remember?
did. Oh, Kathy, we had my
we did too.
father, one of his rare things of building stuff. He built, the bricks, the whole thing, put it together, and we were the super popular house because we had a full, built into the ground, bricked sandbox.
Yeah.
All right, Kathy, as a mother and an anti-mess person, what are your thoughts on Play-Doh?
Play-Doh was always an outside toy. They played with it, but
Okay.
outside. They never played with it in
Because
the
it can
house.
get in the couch, it can get in the carpet.
When
it
Jace
just gets
asked for
everywhere.
Play-Doh, she handed him a copy of The Republic.
Well, you know what I raised. He was kind of like, oh, I don't know. That's kind of messy. Let's do something else. Do you know that kid just started painting? I had him do finger paints one
Right.
year. I have pictures of him. He cried.
Because it was so messy.
Because it was all over
I have to
his
wash my hands.
It was all
Look
over
what
his
you've
hands.
built.
Oh, 100%.
I don't want to play in the mud, Mommy. It's going to ruin my slacks.
All right, and the last item on this list, potentially for the Toy Hall of Fame, is the toy fire engine.
Oh, yeah.
Possibly the most thoughtful Christmas gift I've ever received in my life was from my wife, and it was over 15 years ago. She got me a toy fire engine, and the reason being is because I told her when I was in kindergarten the prized toy when it was time for to playtime.
Sure.
And the toys are, scattered all around the classroom. And then when playtime starts, you go and you grab your toy and you spend, 15, 20 minutes, however long playtime was, and you play, and that's it. The prized toy was the fire engine. Not once, not
Did you
one
ever get
time
it?
did I ever get it. It has bothered me to this day.
Was it a wooden?
No, it was metal. It was
the metal. So I
the ladder
loved
that you with the little crank on it and everything.
hook and ladder truck.
Yeah.
Oh man, did I love that?
So Rochelle got me one for Christmas one year, and it was a big one, and it had it was battery powered with and all that stuff.
Radio controlled?
Not radio controlled, but it had the levers on it, and you could raise the it was huge. It was like the you could raise the ladder and telescope it and back and
rescue your American Girl doll.
It was great.
It is fun when you have kids who are into the toys that you were into when you were a kid, and like when Ben was into Hess trucks, and I'm like, oh my god, we can do one of these every Christmas. It's pretty badass.
I love those. I loved the Tonka stuff. I love the big. I love the big dump truck.
Do you remember they had in the commercial an elephant stand on the dump truck to show you how durable the toy was?
Yeah.
Tonka tough. I think that was their catchphrase.
Why didn't Tonka ever move into making actual dump trucks with their construction capabilities?
Yeah. So the nominees I think there's more, but that's all they included on this particular list. But the winners will be inducted on November 4th, so I'm sure we'll probably have an update on that one.
To be honest, I'm glad they've moved past a lot of the very like stick, air.
Well, sand is the
grass.
one that they have on there that would fall into that category. But they've inducted a lot of those, they've got other things to consider now.
I'm surprised Catan. It's relatively young age.
Yeah, I'm surprised too. Yeah, as much as I love that game, I probably couldn't vote for it.
Hasn't Donna Summer been nominated as well for the Toy Hall of Fame?
No, she was in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But, all right. Anyhow, thought that was an interesting look at that. Listen, we need to take a break, right?
Oh,
because we've got money to give away.
Yeah.
So why don't we come back in a second? I apologize to those on hold, and I would love to have talked to you. Bob says he tells his grandkids that all he had was clothespins to play with when he was a kid. Which clothespins were fun. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. When we return, Bizarre File and your first shot of many to win $500 today with the MMR Money Clip. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
He's like, so he starts drawing it there, and he starts going to. He's like, so the reason Venom's created because I was stubborn. I didn't want to do what they wanted me to do. I was like, and
that was the genesis of the character.
Yeah, that's what it says. He's like, well, make a villain. He'll be the black character, and then the red and blue will be Spider-Man still. We'll all be happy, and that's how it turned out. Oh. Yeah, it's surreal.
Did you watch The Family Guy this past weekend or the weekend before with Peter goes to the White House and works in the Trump administration?
No.
It was a funny episode, but as you can imagine, it skewered Trump a lot. I thought that it was you. I had to watch the credits because it sounded like your impression of Trump, which is a relatively easy impression, I think,
I don't
to
think
do.
It's very hard.
I think that because of how easy it is, people think that just doing the impression is funny. When that's not the case.
It's not.
Right.
You've always done this.
And mine is tremendous. It really is. There's a lot of people that are talking about my impression. Here's the thing. You guys do a great job. This is probably the #1 show I'll be on right now. And let me say this: the ratings going through the roof. Not even just the roof, through the stratosphere, and Space Force will probably find them. Yeah. But we'll talk about this for a second. What were we talking about? Doesn't matter. It just got better. My stuff is silly. My stuff is silly that people who are like on one side or the other, they go, oh, that was great. I had that happen years and years ago in Texas. I was doing George W. Bush. Yeah. And they're like, you do, the people out of the same show, people go, you must really love him. That was great how you did that. And other people walk out and go, you hate him, don't you? And I was like, you decide. You decide. That's what you want. If you're listening to me for politics, in this venue, you're in the wrong.
But if you're able to nail it both ways like that, then you hit.
That's how I want to do it. Yeah, and for me, like, there's enough out there for the people that are pro this or anti this. That what am I going to do? Add to one of those sides?
That's our philosophy.
And I don't even believe that I would go. There are things I think that happen that are okay, that are good, and that are bad and awful, and it all happens, and it's. Whatever. I feel like eventually it's going to work itself out one way or another. But if people just scream and yell from the rooftops, it just makes other people mad.
Yes,
and that's where I come from. And then
besides that, Preston and I are big fans of dystopian future movies. So those are cool. Well, however it breaks, whether we're fighting vampires or zombies. coffee,
Whatever it is.
whatever.
Look,
Or
my
maybe you were a mailman, Preston, like in the postman.
Yeah. Listen, my friend Rick and I met up with a lot of people. You just stab them in the brain. That's what you do. You don't grab them by the you-know-what. You stab them in the brain. When you hear that sound, it's tremendous. It gets really, really great.
So, interesting story from the Nick McElwain camp. Your son had to have a medical procedure, nothing serious.
Yeah, he's totally fine. But this was something that I'd never heard of before, and I thought maybe bring it up on the air because of that. It's called an epidermal inclusion cyst. So I'd never heard of that. I obviously know what a cyst is. It was about the size of like a Mento, and it's kind of like a flat disc, about the size of a quarter, but no thicker than a Mento or a Spree or something like that.
Did it have breath freshening attributes to it?
Did it have Retsin?
It didn't have any Retsin, no. Okay. And but removed quickly, easily, 3 stitches, sewed them right back up.
It's funny that you mentioned, Steve, the Mentos and did have the scent to it. When I had a different, and I've talked about it in years past, I had a completely different kind of cyst. It's called the pilonidal cyst in our tailbone. And I got that thing lanced.
Oh, God.
Most painful experience of my life. Not only did it hurt, Kathy, you're really going to be disgusted by this.
I heard it. I know.
It stunk up the room.
Awful.
Really?
It's awful.
Did it come flooding out? The stench?
It just smelled like rot. It just I couldn't believe it that I was in that much pain and I was still able to notice the putrid smell of that.
Bonus.
Right? Exactly. So let me ask you this. When they removed this from him, did they put him under? Was it done in a
local anesthesia? And but the interesting thing, and I guess one of the differences between the cysts is this one was this sac developed around the infection, and you could
a cyst sac,
and you could see it. So it was encased in this thing, and so it was almost like a solid just pulled right out of his body. So this protective sac that formed around the cyst sac. Was there. It's what the body does to protect itself from an infection.
It's amazing what the body does in those cases, the way it attempts to expel anything. Any chance if you had left it there, it would have become a pearl?
Maybe.
I have one in my cheek. I've had it for years since I was a kid.
A cyst?
Yeah, and
from chewing tobacco?
No. The doctor said never to remove it, that I don't ever have to, just because it would be like a surgery to
inside or on the outside.
What do you mean? It's like under my skin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know what? If
I can feel it from the inside.
You could have something protruding on the inside of your mouth and not be able to see it or feel it from the outside.
So you wouldn't be able to see it or feel it. You kind of have to push down. So it's almost like hidden between the inside of my mouth and my skin on the outside. But when I get sick, if I have a cold or my immune system is compromised, it gets a little bit bigger.
Would I be able to feel it if I touched it?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd have to.
I'd have to go all the way around the room.
Yeah, I'd have to show you where it is and direct your finger.
There we go.
We got it.
Don't be scared. I'll lead you. It's okay. Don't be scared. I'm gonna let you caress my inner mouth.
I hate you guys.
Inner mouth lump. It's all right. It happens to lots of guys.
You'll guide my finger?
I'll guide your finger. And when I quiver, you'll know you hit it.
Listen, I thought, too, about different ways I could say that, and that's what came out, because I knew you were going to make something of it.
Oh, I'll quiver when you hit it.
That was my best option.
Money shot.
Yep. Wow. Okay. I've been given the wrap-up sign. We have to take her. I know. Marissa just brought the full list of cysts, Casey.
Your cyst
is on my list because your cyst.
I can't resist.
All right.
I got my finger to your cyst.
And I'm feeling you quiver. All right, well, we'll come back to these.
Yeah,
because we got to break and come back, and we got to get Lou Diamond Phillips on. But maybe we can run down the list of cysts. The cyst list. A tourist in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, faces a couple of criminal charges after firing his gun 6 times at a bear outside the door of his motel room last Thursday night. Gregory Sapp was
enjoying your stay at the Westin?
Gregory Sapp was cited for illegal discharge of a firearm and reckless endangerment. Police said Sapp claimed the bear was outside his room on the second floor breezeway of the Motel 6.
Dude, I'm just trying to get some ice.
Sapp was not injured. Officers with the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency were unable to find the bear on Friday. They did not know how many shots hit the animal. It is unknown if the bear is dead or alive.
Was there, in fact, a bear?
A neighbor, Anthony Gunter, said, I had heard several shots ring out. It turns out this fellow was shooting at a black bear that he claimed tried to attack him and his wife. He exclaimed that it was a 300 or 400 pound bear, which is the exact size of that bear that's been in our neighborhood for a while. It's a big bear, but like I said, I've never had a problem with that bear.
Sounds like that there hotel bear we've been hearing about.
He said it just goes about its business.
Oh, he's a big fella.
He said he was I'm quoting you, he was a really friendly bear. He would just walk over here, leave us alone, go over there. I hope he's alive, he says. Police
let me describe what he would do. He'd be over there, and then he'd be over there. I never saw him over there, though.
But he was over there?
I don't recollect.
But he was definitely there in there.
Yeah, 4 times. Well, 2 times there and 2 times there. I keep a diary. That's that book that says there on it.
That's the name of the diary?
Yeah.
It's the bear over there.
That bear over there.
Police said they're still investigating the case. The Motel 6 has several cameras visible on the exterior of the building and the breezeways.
We'll leave the bear on for you.
Neighbors said they take a wait-and-see approach on whether the animal was aggressive toward the motel guests, but they admit that the animals roam the breezeway of the motels.
No reason to be afraid. The bear was over there.
He said those bears will go up and down them ramps of these hotels searching for food, whatever they can find. If the bear was truly aggressive and threatening, the man may be justified for shooting in self-defense. But you are not allowed to shoot a bear just because it's close to you.
Just because it's there.
Yeah. Where was he?
There.
Firing a weapon should only be used as a last resort when there is no other escape option. According to them.
I don't know how fond I would be of a hotel where there was a robust bear population.
On the second floor.
On the second floor.
He was able to make it up there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Without a key.
All right, another fact that we learned from
the Just Saying Institute, located over 200 sprawling acres in West Virginia.
The last decade from researchers. If your ex wants to be friends, they might be a psychopath.
If your ex wants to be friends, that's sign of being a psychopath, possibly?
In 2016, researchers from Oakland University in Michigan found that people with the so-called dark triad personality traits like narcissism and psychopathy, I guess is how you say it.
He's a member of the dark triad.
Often,
like Cobra?
I'm going to have to take him out.
Often keep their exes.
He's the disease. I'm the ex-boyfriend.
No, they often keep their exes around for calculating, self-serving purposes.
Okay.
A desire for continued sexual access, financial help, or a need to still exert some control over a former partner were among key reasons for maintaining contact, especially for men. These are facts, yes, from the Just Saying Institute.
From the Just Saying Institute.
That
we end up just saying things at the Just Saying Institute.
That we have found out over the last 10 years about relationships and
That's a decade.
Love and sex and all that stuff. So how about this one? Speaking of sex, that sexual afterglow that you feel after sex will last about 48 hours.
Really?
Yeah.
You mean
longer for you, Cather?
No, it seems to diminish pretty quickly.
Are you sure? Because you have to clean up right
Get
after.
off of me. Get it off of me. But the glow, get it off.
It's like you've sat in the bedroom with me.
Get it off. You have this glow. It's the light refracting off of it.
It's shimmering and shiny.
Get it off.
It's glazy.
I look like a Krispy Kreme.
So you're generally in a better...
Get your blanket and pillow. You're sleeping on the couch.
You're generally in a better mood after sex thanks to a flood of endorphins and other feel-good hormones released post-climax. Positive effects of getting laid last up to 2 days. And
Wow.
that the feeling can help couples bond over time.
I always let out a big sigh when I close the laptop.
Says there might
Clear history and
there might be.
Erase the history.
What's on Google News?
There might be an evolutionary reason for the 48-hour shelf life. 48 hours is roughly the same amount of time that A, conception is maximized, B, it takes sperm concentrations to be restored to peak levels.
Do we have to guess which one?
And C, no, these things all happen.
All the above.
And C, sperm remain maximally viable in the female reproductive tract. So all of that happens over 48 hours, and it's all
You're
apparently.
the semen. I'm the afterglow.
Just let him be here.
All right.
Let him be here. That's Cobra. That's Cobra.
I apologize.
He's a professor at the Joseon Institute.
I didn't know.
Oh, my God. All right.
Joseon Institute. I'm a professor teaching classes daily.
Meghan Markle is opening up about the pressures of being a new mom in the public eye.
Thank you for asking, because not many people have asked if I'm okay, but it's a very real thing to be going through behind the scenes.
And the answer is, would it be fair to say not really okay, since it's really been a struggle?
Yes.
Wow. Says a new mom?
Yeah, she's dealing with being a new mother. Well, you let her tell you.
All right.
Look, any woman, especially when they're pregnant, you're really vulnerable, and so that was made really challenging. And then when you have a newborn,
It's a long time ago, but I remember, yeah.
And especially as a woman, it's a lot. So you add this on top of just trying to be a new mom or trying to be a newlywed.
I know this is probably inappropriate, but I would love to kiss you.
Wow. Excuse me?
I'm just watching you speak, and with your tone is very inviting. I would love to kiss you.
He's the Joe Namath.
He's the Joe Namath of the British press corps.
I'm sure that this is inappropriate, but in that first clip, the British guy says to her that it's really been a struggle to her, and to me, it sounded like it's really penis struggle.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys caught that clip,
Really,
but
penis struggle.
Go back to.
You're right. I have struggled with many penises, depending on girth and other factors.
Wow.
But I have a perfect fit in my current husband, and it's good. Sometimes I don't even know it's happening. Thank you.
Wait, let's hear that clip. Hold on.
Would it be fair to say not really okay, since it's really been a struggle?
Yes.
In fact, the other night he rolled over and he said, God damn, that was great. And I said, what? And he had actually completed a sexual act. And I was wholly unaware. I didn't even miss. I was reading a book at the time. I had literally no idea, but that speaks to how quiet he is and how small.
She's turning it into him.
I've had things that were very painful, and I felt, I don't know, in a way, the word would be, I guess, build up, and I don't feel that. I feel as if I don't know. If a person of short stature would have wandered through the Carlsbad Caverns. I think perhaps that's what his penis must feel like.
Oh, my God.
It's a penis struggle.
So this was kind of interesting. Jodie Foster almost played Cindy Brady when she was a kid.
Wow.
The Brady Bunch cast
As
revealed
Nell.
on Watch What Happens Live. Yeah, instead of a lisp, she can't communicate at all. So Cindy, Susan Olsen had a little bit of a lisp, and yeah.
Cindy, you can't go smearing your feces on the attic wall. I know it's comfortable for you to spread your spore around the house to chase away predators.
Mr. Brady could even communicate. He could have a moral lesson for Nell, who wouldn't understand him.
Gaya fla blah takla. Fuego taba.
That's Nell.
Memoir.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
And it's brought to you by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting, recruiting for alopecia areata clinical trial. Men and women 18 to 65 with current episodes of scalp hair loss lasting 6 months can sign up at PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. A man allegedly defecated in a grocery store freezer on Sunday night. This is in Oklahoma City, and a woman who was shopping accidentally put her hand in it while reaching for groceries that were covering it up.
Dear God.
Shirley Wright Johnson
What, did they just store the ice cream loose now?
in a video of the incident, I pick up a bag of pizza rolls, and there is literally S, human S, excuse my language. A Sunday trip to the store for she and her kids turned out to be more than what the mother bargained for. She said, I was upset, I was disgusted, I feel like I was violated. Johnson said she is still trying to comprehend what happened while picking up the bag of pizza rolls in the freezer section. She said, I grabbed the bag, I felt something smushy on the bag.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
So I turned it over, and there it was.
So there has to be some sort of security footage of a guy taking a dump in the freezer.
There is footage. Police said it was human feces. Wright Johnson said there was another bag of pizza rolls that had been placed on top of it, covering it up. She said, I was so disgusted, I was almost in tears. Lieutenant Kyle Johnson with the police said that they want to talk to the man that's seen in a photo that they got from a video. He said that individual was observed, went to the cooler section where he proceeded to defecate inside one of the coolers before leaving the business. You would had to have waited to the perfect moment,
right,
to open the freezer door, pull your pants down, stick your ass in there.
It requires work,
and then squeeze one out. All in enough time to get it done and move on before someone came down the aisle.
My question is, Preston, was this a freezer the kind of which you open from the top and slide across? Or was it one where you could actually get up on the edge and crap into? Or was he crapping directly into the shelf?
I think it was a shelf. I think it was just a door that you open up. So
he kind of deserves an award.
So the man was also allegedly taking pictures of female customers while inside the store.
Oh, boy.
Wright Johnson said that she immediately alerted the employees, cleaned her hands, and headed home with her two kids. That she was in the store. She said, I bleached my hand. I disinfected my hand.
Jeez.
All the way home, the kids were like, Mom, I can smell it. I can smell it. And I said, I smell it too, baby. So they're trying to track down the guy who crapped in the freezer section of the grocery store.
In the freezer section.
Wild monkeys could easily break into a U.S. Army base in Japan, officials have said, in a warning to personnel in a social media post. Camp Zama is once again facing the real risk of being breached by monkeys.
All right, my monkey brethren, we go at dawn.
In a Facebook post, the United States Army garrison Japan warned people to stay away from the monkeys and that they could enter Camp Zama. The statement read, to our Camp Zama community, please be aware that the officials have had reports of wild monkeys in the wooded area just northwest of Camp Zama.
Hey, it's the monkeys!
In between the 900 area housing and the airfield. Officials are warning that the monkeys could easily enter the installation as they have previously. Do not try to approach, feed, or even make eye contact. And please ensure that your children get this message.
Here they come, walking down the street.
Japanese officials say it's not uncommon to see wild monkeys and that they will likely leave the area quickly as they prefer to avoid human contact.
Yeah, that's what they always say.
Keeping an eye out on them. All right, this is a messed up story. This is in San Francisco. A mass transit passenger was dragged and killed by a train departing the Powell Street station as she was on the platform, but her leashed dog remained inside the car.
Oh, my God.
The San Francisco Medical Examiner identified the woman as Amy Addams, not the actress. Addams had a dog attached to her waist and had boarded a train on Monday in San Francisco. But at the very last second, right as the doors were closing, she disembarked, leaving the dog inside the train. Addams also appeared to be waving at someone. Officials said the train left with the dog inside and the woman was dragged and pulled onto the track. The dog was not injured. She was killed. Officials said that there was no visual indication the dog was a service animal, but that's under investigation.
God.
The Transit Authority allows leashed or harnessed service dogs on trains, while all the other animals, including non-service dogs, must be in carriers. Heather Griffin was at the station after the tragedy occurred. She saw a woman named Angela holding on to a German Shepherd, which was wearing a service vest but had no collar or tags, which she said belonged to the woman. Angela said that she had a really bad feeling, and so she ended up bringing the dog to the station agent, who then returned it to Addams's roommate. So that is just messed up. Dragged to death.
What a nightmare.
By a train. And they're investigating why the train didn't stop and all this other stuff, but it's just messed up. An intoxicated woman who also tested positive for COVID-19 is being accused of biting a medic while in her treatment room. On September 4th, Elizabeth Wilson was an intoxicated patient at Memorial Hospital who also tested positive for COVID-19. A medic was trying to keep Wilson in her treatment room, but Wilson refused. She was combative and argumentative, and it took multiple people to try to restrain her while doctors ordered a Hadid shot to calm her down. While trying to restrain her, Wilson allegedly bit the medic on his arm, breaking the skin. Now, I don't think COVID is like AIDS.
No,
where you can, get
but
it
still,
in your
who
bloodstream.
knows?
I'm not sure about that, but nonetheless.
I'm getting out of here. They're making a sequel to Twins.
Witnesses saw the incident take place, and pictures were submitted as well. Wilson is facing a charge of battery against a public safety official.
What a lunatic.
Yeah. All right, and then should I wrap up there?
You can do one more.
All right, one more story. At least 18 of the 20 gorillas at Atlanta's zoo have now tested positive for COVID-19, an outbreak that began just days before the zoo had hoped to obtain a veterinary vaccine for the primates. Zoo Atlanta had announced the first positive test among the western lowland gorillas on Friday after employees noticed the gorillas had been coughing, had runny noses, and showed changes in appetite. A veterinary lab at the University of Georgia returned positive tests for the respiratory illness. Zoo Atlanta says the National Veterinary Services Laboratories confirmed that at least 4 of the samples from the gorillas so far have tested positive for the Delta variant of the virus.
And the gorillas were set to go to the Foo Fighters concert, too.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
The zoo says it is using monoclonal antibodies to treat the gorillas at risk of developing complications from the virus. Officers say there's no evidence that the gorillas can pass the virus back to humans, and visitors are too far away to be infected by the gorillas. And because they live close together in 4 troops, zoo officials said it's impossible to keep infected animals isolated.
They can't set them up in separate apartments?
Nah, they won't do it. All right, and there you go. That's what I got in the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, you got just a couple of minutes left, maybe 3, to get our keyword over to win yourself $500 for MMR's Money Clips. The word is celebrate, CELEBRATE. And you can text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911, or enter it on the app or at WMMR.com. It is Celebrate. As we take a break, which is what we are doing right now, I actually have a digital download of F9, The Fast Saga, and I'll take callers number 12 and 13 at 215-263-WMMR. This edition includes the exclusive director's cut, which has more action, more laughs, and more
family.
Yes, in an extra 7+ minutes of additional content, which is available on digital now.
I can't believe they put that in there.
It's in there.
Yeah.
Callers 12 and 13, 215-263, WMMR. Coming back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
The Preston and Steve Small Business.
Well, I got to talk.
That's her version. That's her version of Mom always said, "Don't play ball in the house, Steve." Play it one more time.
Where it all gone what?
Yeah, Mom always said, "Don't play ball in the house." You know that. But apparently, it was on Watch What Happens live with Andy Cohen, Maureen McCormack, Eve Plum, Susan Olsen, Barry Williams, Christopher Knight, and Mike Lookenlamb were all reuniting there. This is ahead of HGTV's Food Network crossover special, a very Brady renovation holiday edition. Susan Olsen had said that
James Gandolfini was supposed to play Bobby.
That Jodie Foster was up for Cindy. So
entirely different cast, right?
Yeah, totally different. Something new from Hershey's. I have. You guys like Hershey's Kisses, right? I mean, pretty much.
I do. They're especially on the holidays too. You get those cookies with the big single Hershey's Kiss right in the middle of it.
Right in the middle, yeah. Hershey's has created a new flavor, and they arrived. No, I'm sorry. They arrived in 2019, and now they're back for Valentine's Day. It is the Hershey's Lava Cake Kisses.
And is it made from actual molten lava?
It burns the inside of the interior of your mouth. Yes. The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
This seems very
It's a Jewish chocolate center.
Bill Weston loves
Is that a Jewish thing?
Is that a Jewish thing?
Gooey.
This has a very Jewy taste to it.
Mazel.
They're so moist and Jewy.
Mazel, mazel. Of course, I would say that.
Is that a Jewish thing?
Oh, my God.
And there goes the second.
It's a wonderful cookie with the taste of Israel.
The kisses are dark chocolate with a gooey chocolate center.
a Jewish thing?
Not a Jewy chocolate center. And I just said Jesus under my breath, too. Jeez.
Well, he was a Jew.
That's right. The limited edition holiday flavor is available at Target, Walmart, and other retailers.
I like this concept. Do you like the chocolate molten cake?
Yeah, I do.
Oh my God,
I very much do. I bought this for my my wife and I's last anniversary. Wee's anniversary. And by the way, if chocolate has a discolored look to it, does not necessarily mean that it's bad. Yeah. Yeah, I did read that a while back. That doesn't mean that.
So what does it mean?
It's bad. Somebody look it
even
up.
Jewier.
It's kosher.
Okay, all right, that's what it means.
Yeah.
So Preston, just a quick thing on these candies, the ones that have the molten, is that a soft center?
It's a gooey,
center.
Chocolate
I
center.
like that idea.
Yeah, I do too. Here we go. It says, when you see white or grayish film on the surface of your food, it normally means product has gone bad, but it's different with chocolate. When the cocoa butter fats in chocolate separate from the cocoa mass and rise to the surface, it results in something called fat bloom. You gonna eat your fat bloom?
Are you gonna eat that fat bloom?
Listen, if you're not going to eat your fat bloom till I have it, it looks really good.
Did I have
So if it's white, it's
Could I please have your fat bloom? It looks extra delicious.
it might not be bad, but it's called fat bloom. I'm gonna
Right.
pass
Yeah.
on it.
Okay.
So let's just make a dessert, cut right to the chase, and fat bloom.
One last thing. Marissa sent this to me. It involves booze, so thank you, Marissa. Red Lobster has added a specialty cocktail to their menu. Red Lobster is now offering a Bloody Mary, but with a twist in line with their brand. It comes topped with a lobster claw and one of their famous Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Wow.
And it does look quite yummy. So it's made from Tito's vodka, Marissa's favorite, and Bloody Mary mix that apparently is custom made by Red Lobster. The glass is then garnished with an entire lobster craw, one shrimp, an olive, a lime, a Cheddar Bay biscuit, and spicy seasoning on the rim of the glass as well. My mouth is watering.
Really? That's working it for you, huh?
Oh, man, a good Bloody Mary. Jeez.
Murray.
You and the Jewish thing.
Jeez, oh, man.
Listen, can I have a Bloody Mary and some of those Jewy candies?
Bloody Murray. We should make a Bloody Murray.
Now here's cream soda, gefilte fish. It's a Bloody Mary.
Manischewitz.
Yeah. Right? Do they make like a raspberry Manischewitz?
Manischewitz.
I've only seen
You
blackberry.
have with your Jewy candy.
I want to try a Bloody Murray.
A Bloody Murray. Bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
I'm coming.
Oh my!
He said he wanted a Bloody Murray.
And it comes with calamari, which looks like
calamari.
It looks like it's been from a bris.
Sure.
I'll have some calamari, a Bloody Murray.
Anyway,
we need to make that drink now, Preston.
Yeah.
I know. That's why I said let's put it out there to bartenders.
Yeah, bartenders, come up with a Bloody Murray.
Bloody Murray, and we'll try it out. Anyhow, but I did have a series of stories that all have food in common, which means I think we need our jazzy music because
It's time for the Connoisseur, a collection of food stories. He gets the best tables. He knows all the best places to eat. He's Connoisseur. Let's go.
Yeah. So there's a thing on TikTok called the Cereal Challenge. Yes, it's another social media challenge. This one is interesting and disgusting all at the same time.
In your butt?
Not in your butt. But here's what happens. Takes two people to do the cereal challenge. Okay. So the first person lies on the floor with their mouth facing the ceiling.
Oh, I saw this movie.
They then open their mouth as wide as possible. The second participant pours cereal into their horizontal friend's mouth, followed by milk. And then all you have to do is make sure that it's in there long enough for the second person to take their spoon and dig in and have a mouthful. And apparently it's very hard to do. It is hard for you as a human being to open your mouth and have and lay in that position and have liquid and substance in your mouth. And
This video we're watching is dripping out of her mouth and into her ears.
Yes.
I'd rather do the Tide Pod challenge.
Yeah, exactly.
Seriously, Steve.
Yeah.
So you tell me you guys want to try this. You want to send somebody down to Joe's to get cereal and milk?
We can try it.
Marissa just brought the cereal in. Do we have milk? We could use water. But who's going to do it?
You know what?
That's gross.
No.
What do you mean? I'll do it.
You know what? How about piss?
We have cream. Casey, I'll eat it out of your mouth if you want to do it.
Yeah.
Really?
You guys are so gross.
Sure.
All right.
I wouldn't even do that.
No?
No.
Oh, come on. What's going to happen? Is there germs in there?
Oh, man.
You know what? So we're seeing a video. I wouldn't do it because it's almond milk in this one.
Oh, yeah, that's just gross.
Do we have any milk?
Yeah, we got cream.
Okay.
I mean, we could.
Let's do it.
Do we have a tarp? Let's put it down and do it.
Yeah, we got it. I think I have some.
Yeah, Casey's got something we can lie down so Bill won't freak out if we get our disgusting carpet a little dirty.
Let's just keep getting it dirty so they replace
They'll
it.
replace it.
That's phase 3, apparently, where we're going to get...
Okay, yeah, Casey's got,
All right.
he's got a little trash
Nick, you
maker.
ready?
Yeah.
Where do we want to do this so we can get good
On
video?
the roof.
All right, so Casey is he's putting on his makeshift poncho.
I'm worried about choking. Does anybody here know the Heimlich?
I do. I've done it before successfully.
I know of it.
Yeah, Case, I'll take care of you.
I'll get you.
Thanks, Cap.
So he's now, I can't see. Hang on.
All right, come on around, Press. You can get on my mic if you
I got no, it's okay. Oh, man.
All right.
Here, you want to use mine?
Come on.
Well, I need my
I'll just
headphones
be
too.
screaming in disgust. So.
All right, over here,
All right,
Casey
I'll
is
come
now
over.
down on the floor. His head is on sort of a makeshift tarp. He has his shoulders covered. Nick, are you supposed to do it from a standing position or?
Well, that's why I wanted him up on the counter.
It matters.
No, it's okay. It's okay. All right, so Casey's got his mouth open. Nick is pouring the cereal, the Cheerios, by the way.
All right.
In his mouth. That's a lot of Cheerios.
There's one in his nose.
That's too much. There is one in his nose. He just shot him all over the. You okay? Oh, you're doing that for fun.
That was
Okay.
just the excess he shot out.
Open your mouth.
for milk.
Here comes the choo-choo train. Wait a minute.
This is one of the stupidest.
All right, just a little bit. But Nick, that's too much.
Sorry.
He's trying to get some of that out.
I've never done this before.
I understand. All right, so here comes the cream.
Open your mouth.
All right, now get ready, Casey, because this is if you're going to choke, this is when it's going to happen. You need more in there. All right, Nick's he's doing it. Yeah. More milk. More milk. He's eating it, and
It's in Casey's eye.
it's in his eye.
It's really good.
All right, Case, nice job. You did it.
Oh, gross.
I'm impressed.
I'm doing good.
You done very good. You held everything intact.
Wow, and now they're going to hug it out, Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Now
That's
finger
sweet.
it out.
Wow, okay. Well, there you go. We did it.
I hadn't had any breakfast.
I love Cheerios, by the way.
Yeah, it was good.
I just prefer a regular breakfast bowl.
It says here, yes, some people wear protective clothes when they do it. It's pretty likely that milk will get everywhere no matter what. He didn't put much milk in there, though.
But I was good either way. I mean, you totally could have loaded it up.
I was more afraid of choking you with the milk than I was with the Cheerios.
What about the spoon? How deep did you go?
To the tongue?
Yeah.
Back of the teeth?
Ew.
Well,
Yeah, I know it is. Yeah.
Somebody's saying just to piss Bill off, we should do it with soup sometime. No. I have a variety of stories, and I would do the connoisseur. I have like 3 food-related things.
But there's not enough to fuel it,
but
right?
that's it.
And you don't want to be dishonest with the
No,
listeners.
I don't want to do that, and I don't want to, I don't want to just flip things all of a sudden. But I did see this, and I thought it was interesting. Cheetos has given a name to the cheesy residue left on your fingers when you eat the Cheetos. So they have a name for it now.
And it is?
Cheetle.
Cheetle?
Like Don Cheadle.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, the official term is called Cheetle.
I'd call it Chisholm. Right, Preston?
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah. What's that on your face?
Chisholm. From eating cheese doodles. I'm sorry, I misheard you.
To celebrate the newly coined...
Peter North is the spokesman. Just sitting here watching TV.
Unrelated sound to anything from Pearl Jam that I've ever heard before.
I agree. I knew it was going to be different. I found that very surprising.
We shall discuss in just a moment. First thing Casey said to me before I listened to it, he goes, "It's Talking Heads." He said, "It sounds like Talking Heads." And you nailed it, Case.
Yeah.
Spot on with that, because there are parts in there where he sounds a lot like David Byrne. And they're using a lot of synth elements in this particular song, which, of course, the Talking Heads did a lot of.
And he says, "This is not my beautiful Pearl Jam."
Oh, I missed that part.
Yeah.
Some people were texting in saying they hear a Chili Peppers vibe in there as well. And a lot of negative comments on the text messages. Let me give you my first impression on that. And I'm not a one-listen guy. I've said that many, many, many times, that it takes a lot of listens for me to warm up to a song. Casey and I listened to about the first minute and a half of it in the Q speakers here in the studio earlier this morning. I thought it was terrible. I didn't care for it. By the last 30 seconds here of that, I think I like it. So that's how quickly it turned around. I'm not a big fan of Eddie Vedder's voice in general, meaning the vibrato that he does. It's very choppy. But I think it fits well with the grunge, heavy, distorted guitar thing, and it kind of slides in there well. That's why I didn't like the beginning of it, because you can really hear his singing. But by the end of it, the melody kind of got me. I've always been a sucker for synth pop. It's interesting that Pearl Jam's going that route. You can hear Matt Cameron is clearly using electronic sounds in his drum kit. There's a keyboard thing going on there as well. Who would be playing that, Nick? Is Eddie going to be playing keys?
I don't know.
I mean, they got two guitar players, so somebody could step up and play that.
Eddie can play piano, but it's probably the producer, I would think. He does some growling in this video or in this song too. I heard like kind of angry Eddie, which I haven't heard in a long time.
Right.
So there's the vibrato stuff, which you don't care for, but then this is like some rock. Yeah, like that. He's pretending to be a dog.
Casey, play the. Yeah. Let me play it again.
Yeah,
Let me see.
isolated.
Let me see if I can. Hang on a second. It's like just a couple seconds in. Hang on. Listen. Now I heard.
You heard it that time? Yeah. It's subtle.
Steve, that fit perfectly.
That was so good.
Rhythmically, that was perfect.
I'm a master on the growl.
Oh my God! One more time. You.
I missed it. You cue me.
Here we go. Wait. 1, 2, 3, and there it is.
You sure you want to do this, Ed? It's an expression of the animals in the world.
MMR.
A couple of real quick shout outs. Got this from, let's see, Matt Lindenloff, who says, good morning at Presbo, longtime listener, and I love you guys, but I hate to say it, I love my fiance, Megan more.
What?
We are high school sweethearts, and we are finally getting married Thursday, the 16th. That's today.
Today.
The day before our 10-year dating anniversary.
10 years of dating.
She's the absolute greatest person that I've ever met on this planet, and I couldn't be a luckier man. If you could give her a big juicy shout out for being so patient or tolerant of me for all these years, it would mean the world to us. Thank you guys. You rock, DBH, Matt Lindenlof. So here you go. Good luck to you two crazy kids.
By the way, for people who don't know, DBH, Preston means?
Do bong hits. That's what that means.
Say normal salutation at a wedding.
DBH.
Yeah.
This is a sad one. I got this from Nicole. She said, I wanted to see if you could do a shout out for my husband, Ryan. We lost our 9-year-old bully, Bronson, and it's been hell. They were inseparable when together, and to see him lose his best friend, our first fur baby, has broken my heart. Could you do a shout out to lift his spirits? That would be awesome. Thank you so much. Love you guys and love you, Bub. And she writes, Big Belly Bertha Addams. He will know. So here's a shout out. Sorry, you guys. That sucks, man. It's the worst.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Here is another one. Says, I know this is short notice. Would it be possible to get a big shout out on the 14th? I missed it by a couple days. For my 56th birthday. And that's from Johnny C. in Palmyra. He wanted one for his own. So there you go. Start out for you,
C.
Well, and then a quick butt plug, if you do not mind.
I mean, your rate of close to point of request, though you always say you can't do it, but your record's been pretty good lately.
I've been trying. I've been trying a little filing system.
Well,
and,
it's yielding results.
I don't want to encourage people because sometimes I'll get them like a month and a half in advance. I'm like, man,
don't do that.
All right. Anyway, this says, hey, I'm writing today because much like you guys do the Camp Out for Hunger, my cousin runs a non-profit and work all year long to feed less fortunate families. The name of the organization is Honey's Angels, and it's named after my late aunt, Helene. And she was amazing. She was an amazing woman who would help anyone in need. Our kids, after her passing, took up her cause and created Honey's Angels to feed families all year long. As you probably know, Thanksgiving is also the busiest time. With COVID the last years hindering their fundraisers, which most consist of beef and beers. They focused online to baskets and drawings, but you can imagine that has hurt what they raise and are able to do. And I'm not asking for much, maybe just a reference. You can find them on Facebook, Honey's Angels. So every bit helps, and that's from John Jacobs. So we'll send the butt plug out to that. And remind you that our own Camp Out for Hunger is coming up early this year. November 1st is when that will be kicking off, the day after Halloween.
Screaming up on us.
Yes.
So it is a much bigger shift than than you might be thinking. So, but we know you're going to be as generous as you always are and always make it a success.
Yeah, and also, so that that last email was about a woman named Helene, and I just want to remind everybody that the Mercanti Cup, Helene Mercanti, who was Jay Wright's longtime assistant, unfortunately passed away as a result of her battle with cancer. So the Mercanti Cup is coming up, and we started. I've gotten a lot of. I'm sorry, everybody that I've reached out to so far is going to do the Papa Shot.
Yay.
So that's coming back,
That's
and it looks like we're actually going to be doing it on site once again this year.
I think that's so great to rename it in her honor. And it's just because she was such a fan of the show and so awesome.
Yeah. All right, and I have something concerning Jay Wright, which we'll get to a little bit later. I want to talk about something else right now. Rolling Stone, for the first time in 17 years?
It's 17 years, I believe.
That they have redone their top 500 greatest songs of all time list. It's a pretty big deal.
It is. Of all the things that Rolling Stone does throughout the years, I used to be really into Rolling Stone, and then I just got bored with it.
Yep.
And this deal, I love their encyclopedia of rock, and that which is I don't think hasn't been updated in quite a while. But this kind of stuff they do well.
So the list they came up with in 2004 was one of the most widely read stories in their history. But as they said in this article, a lot has changed since 2004. Back then, the iPod was relatively new, and Billie Eilish was only 3 years old. So we decided to give the list a total reboot to create the new version of the Rolling Stone 500. We convened a poll of more than 250 artists, musicians, and producers, and then they just name check a few people. It's all over the place as far as who they asked to get in. They also got figures from the music industry and leading critics and journalists. What they did is they had each of them sent in a ranked list of their own top 50 songs, and they tabulated the results. Nearly 4,000 songs received votes. Where the 2004 version of the list was dominated by early rock and soul, the new edition contains more hip-hop, modern country, indie rock, Latin pop, reggae, and R&B. And more than half of the songs, 254 in all, were not present on the old list. So
that's substantial. That's very substantial.
Yeah, that's almost half. That's more than half the list.
So
a third of the top 100 are new songs.
And it's part of the deal. It's the love-hate relationship with these lists. Because honestly, someone says to you, give me your top favorite 10 songs.
Yeah, it's hard.
And it shifts from day to day, from week to week, mood to mood.
Right.
You know?
I created a playlist called My All-Time Favorites. And I've tried to search for my absolute most favorite songs. And believe it or not, it's not a bunch of Rush songs. It's not a bunch of Beatles songs. It's just songs individually that, for whatever reason, strike an emotional chord with me, or just make me happy, or make me really, emotional and maybe
you connect
even
to
a little
it.
sad.
You connect. Yes, yes. There's so many people who dismiss those songs. I've never been a big fan of the ultra happy. And though there's some great ones that I love and I can get, I tend to tie into things that tie into an emotion.
Right.
And so you're right, Preston. There are ones that would make my list where people go, well, what?
Yeah.
But that's the subjective nature of music and why lists like this tend to infuriate people.
Right. And again, don't get pissed off. Don't get mad.
No,
Just
it's everyone's choice.
Yeah, and just like the songs that you like, and if it's not on the list, that's okay.
And just
it doesn't mean anything.
Get rid of polka, though, right?
But I am very, very curious, Preston. I just want to see what the number one song is.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna start at the top.
Start at the top
because we'll never get through all of these.
Do the top 400.
I had Connor snag the top 50 for me. So number one is Aretha Franklin's Respect.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
That's a great song.
It's a great. I'm not okay with it being number one.
What I didn't know is it was originally done by Otis Redding.
He wrote it.
Yes, he did.
I didn't know he had recorded it and done it before Aretha, and I haven't heard that version. But hers is just phenomenal. Okay, so here's an embarrassing, well, not really embarrassing, but you would be surprised to hear me. So I also have a playlist that is essentially it's tearjerkers. I call it waterworks.
Right, yeah.
Songs that will make me get misty. And believe it or not,
Respect is on it?
No, Natural Woman.
Oh, yeah.
It's beautiful.
Because her vocal performance is just so
right.
Yeah.
So it is. It's so like
someone at the height of
only
their
one can do that.
Yeah, you're right. A God-given gift, Preston, that is being used by a master. When I listen to that, I tuck my genitals back and cross my legs.
It's a good idea.
I want to feel like
that's what I feel like when I do that. Right. But all right. Number one is Respect from Aretha Franklin. I'm all right with that too. It's just when you hear that song, you sing along to it.
Again, great. Yeah. I wouldn't put it at number one, but I'm not mad at it being there.
Well, all right. So this song's not even in the top 10 as far as I can see, but I would be okay if this was number one. Sweet Caroline.
Okay.
Sweet Caroline is one of those songs that just everybody knows. Everybody not. Not every, but I'm just going to say,
people love it.
A lot of people know it. A lot of people love it. When it is played, people sing along with it, no matter where. I don't know.
They flew over a remote Amazonian tribe and played it, and all down there, they put a helicopter, and they all went, dun, dun, dun.
I saw that.
So good.
This is a group of people who have been separated from civilization forever.
Right. They thought the helicopter was a god.
Yeah. All right, let me move on. Number two is Public Enemy, Fight the Power.
Nope.
Good song. Good song.
You just said let the list be the list, Casey.
Yeah. No, it is, and it's been used. I think it was obviously used phenomenally well in "Do the Right Thing," and it is a powerful song. It has a great statement. Its execution is solid.
Yeah.
But no. Again,
I'm not mad. I'm not mad.
There.
It's a good song.
I just wouldn't put it number two.
I don't hate the song. You know what I mean?
This is what the governing body.
The governing body.
Let me ask you.
I don't know how they got there with that one though.
How about this, guys? And put it in this perspective. If the beginning of "Do the Right Thing" began with "Sweet Caroline,"
maybe. Number three is Sam Cooke. A Change Is Gonna Come.
It's a great song.
That is a great song.
That can sit there.
Okay. Steve's seal of approval.
Yeah.
Number four is Bob Dylan, Like a Rolling Stone.
I have Bob Dylan songs that I think supersede Like a Rolling Stone.
By the way, that was number one in the last time they did this list in 2000.
What?
That was the number one song.
Wow.
Yeah. Bob Dylan has always been a darling of singers and songwriters,
yes.
and especially Rolling Stone. But this is the people that the
idiots,
250 people, over 250 people that came up with their personal top 50. This is what it came out to.
Do you know what I'd put another Dylan song that I think could be ahead of that would be "Shelter from the Storm" or "Lay Lady Lay."
Mm-hmm. Tangled Up in Blue.
Tangled Up in Blue.
Yeah. Number five is Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit. That was obviously a groundbreaking song.
A huge shift in music at that time.
Casey, do me a favor before we get this. We have an isolated vocal version of this song. So yeah, Nirvana. I expected "Smells Like Teen Spirit" to be near the top.
Do you think that is not your favorite Nirvana song?
Casey had a poster and a wristband from a fish show that was important to him, and
It was a fishing tournament, right?
Yeah.
Or the band?
Well, both.
Okay.
The wristband was from the tournament, and then the poster was from the concert.
Regardless, both very important to you.
No, but the reality is they were both from a concert. Though.
So much so that he wanted to have them framed and immortalized for at least a period of time while he's on this earth, and took it to a place that was going to frame all this for him. So you have the wristband, you have the poster. I'm sure you had a frame picked out, matted, and everything the way you wanted it.
Yeah.
Goes back to the shop to retrieve it, and they've lost the wristband.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, exactly.
So the
right?
poster is done, and you wanted the wristband in the same display.
It was like a ribbon across the bottom corner of the poster.
And you'd set it up that way.
Yeah.
What was their explanation?
There is no explanation. Inside, I'm fuming. I have been to 60-plus Fish concerts. I have never purchased a poster, went and had it framed, or So this.
So you want to climb over the counter and kill them?
So and the wristband I had really carefully taken off of my wrist, so there were no because it was like a cloth wristband, right?
Carefully preserved.
Carefully preserved. This was. I was going to give it as a gift to a friend.
Oh, no.
And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, I think I want this for myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So now I'm like fuming. So I had gone from this place.
Right.
I didn't blow up, but I had gone to this place, and I went to a drive-through, a quarter of a mile down the road. And I got my money back, and I'm pulling out, and I noticed that one of the quarters is a Canadian quarter. I stopped my car. I put it in park. I went into the store. Now, I didn't raise a stink.
25 cents.
For 25 cents, I go, you guys gave me a Canadian quarter here. And they're like, oh, okay.
Let me ask you something. What country are we in? Do we have provinces like, I don't know, Ottawa? What is this?
Yeah.
Is this legal tender?
I in my life have never returned a foreign coin before. I've never even
You just kind of
considered that.
What did I order? Poutine? What did I come in here on a moose? What am I, a Mountie? Where the hell are we?
Does it say Tim Hortons outside
Come
of this
on, for
establishment?
Christ's sake! What am I, Trudeau?
Did I drive here 35 kilometers per hour?
Jesus Christ!
I didn't make a big stink about it, but I go, hey, this is a Canadian quarter.
I couldn't help but notice that there was a ridged potato chip in my bag of regular potato chips.
Oh, my God.
Parlez-vous English? That's one of the masterpieces as well. But this is what they voted on, so...
it's a great song.
It's great, and it's an engineering masterpiece.
Yes.
You're better than me. I would be raging out of control at those people. And
Why not give me the right change? Eh? Eh?
It's Shirley Bassey's birthday today.
Binga!
Yeah. Love her.
Pretty girl, beware of his heart of gold. His heart is cold. He loves only gold. He loves only gold. Only gold. Only gold. He loves gold. He loves gold.
It's the only reason I bring the birthday up every year. That, and actually, we had mentioned that she was on the Oscars, and they had her come out and sing that song, and her voice was outstanding.
Hasn't lost a bit.
She's 83 years old. She's still a gorgeous woman, too,
Yeah.
at 83.
She also sang the other Bond song for the movie Diamonds Are Forever.
Okay. Diamonds are forever. I don't know how it goes.
Sparkling round my little finger, unlike men, the diamonds linger.
Wow.
Men are mere mortals who are not worth going to your grave for.
So she's 83 today.
We have that as well.
Oh, wow.
Diamonds are forever. They are all I need to please me. They can stimulate and tease me. They won't leave in the night. I've no fear that they might desert me.
Nice.
I could have done those parts. I could have sung those songs.
Easily. All right, and then we have Rachel Nichols, who is in...
Rachel Nichols, jingling in your pockets.
Nichols. I noticed a piece of audio that I never notice audio, but I noticed.
Notice who never notices audio, but on his birthday,
Yep.
he notices audio.
Rent is going to be live on Fox on Sunday night.
I love these shows.
Yeah.
I love them all. There was one or two that I thought were substandard. I think the Rocky Horror Picture Show was not really worth a damn.
Yeah.
But I loved Grease.
Grease was great.
Still have it on my DVR.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to this, to Rent.
The music in the show is so good. My wife and I went to see it without knowing anything about it other than this is the show to go see.
Right.
And we were just like sitting there with our jaws on the floor just because the performances were so great.
Do you guys want to try it? River Valley Vocal Band? Do you guys want to try it?
I think it's something we should set as a goal. We've already did Afternoon Delight.
I think we should do it right now.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah.
Do you have the lyrics? I don't know the I mean, I don't know the
on the monitor if you want.
all right, this is we really don't. This is morning, boys. You got to understand our concerts are always at night.
This is a very rare performance of the River Valley Vocal Band. Those of you here in our studio, what a treat.
This was like when Sonny Bono and Cher sang on the Letterman Show impromptu.
All right, Kathy, you're the bass, right?
Yes.
Yes, I think I can handle that.
No.
Oh my God, we're harmonizing.
That was crazy.
All right, that's it. We did it.
One more time. Oh my God.
That's it. Go
Walk
on from
away.
there.
We're done.
Walk away.
Can't do any better.
We're not
But
gonna
we're
sing.
going to. Let's do
We
it.
are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4.
525,000.
One more time. Wait,
Okay.
you're trying to
harmonize?
God.
It's supposed to be in unison.
All right, let's do it. Ready?
We got 6 syllables in.
I almost fell out of the
Hey,
chair.
we aced 5.
Yeah. Started strong.
One more time.
First
Try one
syllable.
more time.
2,
Really good.
3, 4.
525,600
Should I go low or high?
You know what? All right,
Try high this time. Try high this time. 2, 3, 4.
525,600 man.
Nick's choking.
All right, I can't. Hang on, I need to drink water. Hang on a second.
Have some water.
Have some water and let us know when you're
All
ready.
right, I think maybe we should just get to the how about love part, guys. What do you say?
All right. That's the toughest part.
How does that go? I don't.
How about love?
All right, you got that?
I got it.
All right.
Okay. This time I'll only count to 3.
Okay.
Because it leads
On
into
3
the
or
rest.
after 3?
I say 1, 2, 3. How about?
Okay.
You ready?
Okay.
All right. Oh, that was bad.
All right, everybody get the sillies out.
Okay.
Seriously. Guys, this is about AIDS, all right?
All right.
That's true.
1, 2, 3. How about?
Love. Wait, no.
You just said get the sillies out.
I choked on my own spit, though. Maybe I shouldn't drink
No,
water.
I get it. You find AIDS funny.
We should have stopped it.
Should we call Justin?
Oh, God.
How much you drinking over there?
Not much.
Okay.
Not much, just enough to clear out all the phlegm.
A man died performing Rent today.
All right, here we go.
Casey's crying.
We're going to do How
Look at
About
him.
Love.
It's so emotional.
Okay.
This song.
All right, count us down again,
All right,
Preston.
1, 2, 3. How about
love?
How about love? We got one line.
We got one in.
How about
Love. Measuring love.
seasons of love? Okay,
we got it.
Wow. Nailed it.
Nailed it. That That was a success for sure.
I'll tell you what.
Sunday at, I forgot what time, 7, I think.
Our 5 was perfect.
Why even tune in? You just heard the whole thing right
Our harmony before that was pretty solid, I think. Don't call Justin. Are you calling Justin now? I see the hotline.
I texted him.
Oh, no.
He's calling us.
I don't want to sing anymore.
He will.
I don't want to talk to him.
There was an
There's
alarm
a guy
that went
who
off.
can sing with such ability. Yeah, he's like Batman. Whenever there's horrific singing, there's a musical note that starts flashing.
Everybody's agreeing on the text message. The beginning was good. Yeah.
Somebody said, let's move on.
Yes. All right, let's move on. Okay. I noticed other things.
We have to do something now.
Oh.
All right. It's a little thing that we put together that's going to involve you having to put on a blindfold because we have a mystery guest.
Mystery guest!
Okay.
I love mystery guests.
Perhaps
the most mysterious mystery guest of ever.
Really?
Yes. We won't go any further than say that. You think he'll get it?
I think so, yeah.
All right. So we need you to put on your blindfold, please.
All right. Take those glasses off.
All right, hang on.
All righty.
Yay. So.
All right. So again, so one more time, repeat.
All right.
We're playing 100 questions.
215.
No, 20 questions.
215-263 WMMR, the number, by the way.
This is 20 questions for Preston, and it's questions 1 through 5, 6 through 10, 11 through 15, and 16 through 20.
All right.
And then not at all.
All right.
Is the person in the room now?
No. In fact, if we could bring our mystery guest into the room.
I am blindfolded. I can't see anything.
I always get nervous when we do mystery guest. I don't know why.
It's always hard to get somebody to agree to this.
Yeah.
Because, how are you?
It is hard to get somebody to agree to do it, and then sometimes we'll eat up half the interview trying to figure out who the hell it is.
Right.
All right.
If they've only got like a 10-minute window. So,
all right, so
if this person is here, then they have more time than that, which is good.
They're here, and we will be able to spend some time after Preston, which is good news. Okay, so I'm going to use the high-pitch process to hide this voice, which I think we'll do a nice masking job. So we're going to begin, Preston. Again, yes or no. And you're going to have enough time to sort of narrow it down and ask our mystery guest your first question.
Okay. Have we ever met in person before?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you live in and around the Philadelphia area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you a public figure?
No.
No. Oh, wow. Okay.
Wait 1 second.
Wait, was that Steve?
That was Steve. With the processor obviously still on.
People.
Ask that question again.
Are you a public figure?
Yes.
Okay.
He's modest.
His answer might have thrown you, and
How many questions is that?
That's three.
That's three questions.
All right.
So you're a man. Steve just said he, by the way, so I got that.
Oh, man.
Ooh, little one out of the way. Are you in... is your profession in journalism?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Do you appear regularly on television?
Yes.
All right, wait. That's 5 questions. Do you have a guest real quick?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Matt O'Donnell.
No.
Wow, okay. All right. Did I get the wrong network and piss somebody off?
No. You're good. We wouldn't do that to you.
All right.
Mike Monsel's on line 4.
Let me tell you, your mystery guest is very good-natured. He's smiling. So.
Okay. All right. So it's not Matt. It's someone I've met in person before. They're on TV. Journalism.
You can ask more questions.
I'm going to. I'm just trying to figure out where that might lead me in my next question. Would we consider ourselves, or do you consider me a friend of yours?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you from an island nation?
Yes.
It's Vi. It's okay, how about
Oh,
Really?
God, you're getting there so close.
Oh man, who else? Who the hell else is from an island nation?
You can think broader. This person may be, I think, more famous than you're thinking.
Oh, wait a minute. Shane Victorino?
No. All right.
Good guess.
That's 6.
That's not a nation, but it's an island. You know,
So
and
now-
we have played golf together, so you know.
Question number 11, Preston.
Yeah, I'm.
Expand your search.
Yeah.
Wise.
Yeah. I'll, they live in and around the Philadelphia area. Entertainment-wise, journalism, television, island.
There are some people who do it all.
Who do it all? Oh, okay. So, are you a musician?
Yes.
Oh. Wow. What's your name? No. You're a musician. Oh my God. I should know this, right? Okay. All right. Okay.
Everyone here is smiling because you know once you know you. Okay.
Yeah. Do we play your music on MMR?
Yes.
Wow. Do you play drums?
Yes.
Wow.
And we're friends. We're considered friends.
We're friends.
This person's gonna kill me. Are you black?
Yes.
And I still don't know who it is.
What a waste of a question.
Well, I'm trying to, More famous than I have been leading on to. We're considered friends.
I mean, you know, if I were to liken this person, I'm just going to give you a little help.
Okay.
It's kind of like a Swiss Army knife of capabilities here.
This person's gonna kill me.
I thought you'd be better at this, Preston.
Dude, I suck at this. I'm good at getting answers.
All right, well,
Apparently, I'm good at getting yes answers.
You've got
'cause
nothing
I haven't
but
gotten
yeses.
any no answers yet.
Honestly, which should kind of lead you to, oh my God.
Oh, Steve.
What?
Some people texting in are starting to get it.
Okay.
Really?
All right. All right.
Well, it's not Questlove because we're not friends.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Another guess? I mean, another
question. I got. Yeah, but what's going to help narrow it down? That's the thing that I'm trying to.
Maybe other
Trying to get to.
capabilities, other talents.
Okay. Yeah, but what? Do you like to eat?
Yes.
All right. Do you cook? I mean, like, would people know you for your cooking?
Yes.
Really? Jesus, none of this is helping me.
Why are
You don't know the cooking drummer?
I mean, honestly, I
journalist
thought
drummer.
by this time. I know. But keep going.
The island cooking journalist drummer.
How could you? I mean, come on.
Black
How can I
journalist
not?
drummer.
How can I not get it?
Yes.
You know, you are on the film board. I'm going to help you with that.
Oh my God, you're right. Okay, I am on the film board. You're an actor as well? Are you an actor?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Philadelphia actor, black drummer.
You have 3 questions left, Russ.
Really?
Yeah.
I'll give you another hint. It's the person who texted in Black Tommy Lee. That's wrong.
It's not Black
Oh,
Tommy
that
Lee.
helps
Yeah.
a lot. Acting. Dude, I'm drawing a blank.
Are you giving up?
No.
Ask a few more.
Okay.
Maybe some projects or styles of acting roles, movies.
You guys are just trying to give this away, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I
not
know
helping me.
he's dying because I know Preston knows it, but he just go ahead.
Acting roles. Do you do? Are you mainly known for comedy acting?
Yes.
Really? It didn't help.
Dude, we didn't even use the voice processor there. Did that give it away?
Tried to help him,
Did you hear the voice?
He's gonna know.
It didn't give it away. No, it didn't give it away.
Oh, man.
Don't use the voice processor. Do you have a new movie coming out soon?
Yes.
Last question, Preston.
Oh man, you got it.
Man, I don't know.
Come on, Preston.
This is terrible. Is everybody getting it right on the text?
Yeah. Everybody's narrowed it down.
And have you been in our studio before?
Yes.
You have.
That's your last question. You
You should know.
I know. I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
Wait till you see him.
I have no idea.
All right, Preston.
Damn it.
Take off your blindfold.
I can't even see. Wait a minute.
Preston, this is one of the construction workers in our building currently.
He said yes to every question on purpose. You suck.
I don't even know. What is your name?
What's your name?
Chino.
Chino was good enough to do this.
Oh my God.
We had a whole bunch of stuff planned and it fell through. And at the last minute, Chino was good enough to agree to come over and be our guest.
Was the actual answer yes to any of those questions?
Oh, from the islands, right?
Yeah, Nicaragua.
Where are you from? Nicaragua?
These guys are doing great work in the building here.
Going, I'm beating myself up. You guys are saying, oh, you ought to know. I mean, for crying out loud, he's a friend of mine.
Nick's like, everybody's getting it.
Black from
Preston,
Ireland.
how many black drummer, actor, comedian, musician, journalist friends are there?
Oh, my God.
Good job.
By the way,
And then I take, and you a-hole. Okay, so you know, and here's the deal, man. What's your name again?
Chino.
Chino.
Yeah.
So Chino, I never remember anybody's name.
Right.
So when I took my blindfold off and I saw you, I felt horrible because I didn't remember who you were. Hey, Chino.
Happy birthday, Preston!
So this is the hottest Christmas toys for 2019. I found the article on CNET, and it's a long list, so I'll just go over like some of the big ones.
Yeah, hit some highlights.
Okay, the Spin Master Wild loves Juno, my baby elephant. I had no idea what this was. It's an interactive toy for like little kids, like ages 3.
Wow.
It's $70.
$70.
But apparently this is like a hot toy that the babies want.
You know, obviously, I think what probably one of the most lucrative jobs in the toy industry is coming up with these incredibly long names for these toys.
I know, yeah.
I played with G.I. Joes.
Yeah.
You know, this is the Dr. Spindoculus.
Yeah.
Floating platform of goodness.
Micronauts are what I played with when I was a kid. These little,
Aren't kids supposed to be able
little action figure thing.
Oh, say, because this is sort of a responsive little pachyderm.
Yep, that's exactly
pretty
what
cute.
it is. Yeah,
It actually is cute.
Okay.
But
And I
Kathy,
want it.
kids, babies don't know what they want. I mean, even if they're 3 years
Well,
old.
I don't. Yeah, I guess I didn't mean what they want, but they're going to love it if you get this. It's
Sure.
one of the things that moves
If they know what's good for them.
if they know what's good for them, the little brats.
Dude, okay.
Okay.
It is
that
cute,
looks
isn't it?
really phallic, though, with the
Yeah.
trunk thing.
Yeah, well, so you can
flipping
use
up
it.
and-
Adults can use it for other things.
All right, I'm
Okay.
moving on. Paw Patrol is also big again this year.
Mommy, I want my toy
that
back.
was the best gift ever.
You tried so hard.
It's so hard.
And the
Those parties I'm never gonna forget. Just like elephants.
Well, who could have ever foreseen that Gene Simmons putting ice cubes in his cereal would wind up with us having Lenny Dykstra in our studio? But it came to pass. And we welcome Lenny to our studio this morning.
Yeah, I gotta say that news you just did, like, that was unbelievable. I'm sexually aroused. You know? I mean,
Wow.
it's
Wait,
impressive.
that's all it took, yeah.
Impressive. And then you open up with the Stones, right? Like,
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give some inside info that like no one knows.
Please.
So when we played baseball, like in the Phillies, we had to have when we did like blow.
Yeah.
We couldn't call it like who's got the blow. So we made up like I came up with it and I said, let's call it Keith Richards because he looks like a line of blow.
So there's the nickname for
so
Coke.
it's
Okay.
legendary around the national.
Sunline ready to go.
Yes.
This is really cool that she's written this book. It's called Tied Up in Knots, My Dad and Me. And it comes out on the 21st. She's the daughter of the great Don Knotts. Please welcome Karen Knotts to the show this morning. Hey, Karen, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
I'm so excited to be here.
Yay, we're happy to have you on. Listen, we're like so many people, just huge fans of your father's work. And is he so when did you decide to write the book and get all this out, this information about Don that we may not know about? Has this been a long time coming?
Well, it's funny, but over the years, people always tell me, you need to write a book about your dad.
Mm-hmm.
And I would go, no, that's not going to happen. I'm an actress, I'm a comedian, I want to pursue my own career. No, I'm not going to do that. But somehow, I don't know why, but a couple years ago, it started gnawing at me, you need to write this book. I don't know why, but I have to tell you something, a little side note here. I'm really happy to be talking. You're my first rock station that I've talked to, and I love it because over the years, my dad has always been compared to people, looks-wise, and one of the people he was compared to a lot was Mick Jagger.
What? Yes, I can see this sort of thin frame.
Not only that, and it must be the lips, I figured.
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Listen, Karen, I've told people for years, when you look at his work in the Andy Griffith Show, and so many other things, but just masterful what they did with that show, and it was shot kind of like a film, and those little office exchanges between Andy and Don as Barney Fife. Some of the greatest comedy ever, and I think talking about your impetus for doing this is because you don't want something like that to just be cast off into the ether as the generations move along, and I think it's a great way to put it out there and just remind people of just exactly what he was.
Well, those bits you're talking about, very interesting. A lot of them were written by my dad. Andy would say, sometimes they'd come up a little bit short on time, and Andy would say, Don, why don't you write a little something? Or they would sit there together and write them. But my dad would write something out, and then it would be handed over to Aaron Rubin, who was the show's producer, and he would script it out. And so that's how, the preamble to the Constitution, that's it.
It's a classic bit. Yeah.
And a couple of those came about just like that. And Dad and Andy would improvise off camera sometimes. So it was really a synergistic group effort.
Well, I know before the Andy Griffith Show, I remember Andy had put out comedy albums and things like that. So he did essentially a stand-up comedy. Did Don do that? Did your dad do those types of things?
Well, my dad actually got his start doing ventriloquism in high school.
Oh.
He was this funny little thing. He sent away, because there was a boys magazine that advertised, you put this thing in your mouth and it makes your voice go into other things. So it was supposed to be like a little whistle or something.
Right.
And when he sent away for it, and what came back was what didn't work, but there was a booklet explaining how to throw your voice. And he studied that, and he practiced around the house and drove everybody crazy. But he became this masterful ventriloquism at the age of 13, and that's how he really started his career, amazingly.
When he enlisted in the Army, he was an entertainer in the Army, correct? Did he do ventriloquism? Is that what he was doing?
That's right. That's how he got in, because he put ventriloquist on his application.
And so
once he got in, he was meeting all these other great comedians from all over the country who were older guys working in clubs and stuff. And he saw what they were doing, and they saw how funny he was, and they started incorporating him into their acts in the show. And so he lost the dummy, quote unquote, lost it.
Yeah.
So that he wouldn't have to do the ventriloquism anymore.
Well, so he was a stand-up comedian. He was on radio programs. He had a small role in a soap opera, but then he gets on Broadway, and that's where he meets Andy Griffith in No Time for Sergeants.
Exactly.
Right.
The way he got that cast in that play was really a fluke, because all the New York comics would gather in the coffee shops and they'd go over the agents, what the agents had for them. But my dad, for some reason, got there late, and he didn't realize this audition was happening. And he got there, and his friend Frank Barron said, "What are you doing? I thought you'd be at this audition. They're looking for Southern Army types." And so he tore down there, and he walked in just exactly at 5 o'clock, and the guy said, "I'm sorry, we're done." And he just begged and pleaded, and he said, no, the guy won't see you. So he turned around almost in tears, walked down to the subway, and then the guy came running after him and said, hey, come back. I talked him into seeing you. He was so sad.
Wow. Just by just a threadbare chance, but he got it.
Hey, Karen, I wanted to ask, I was just reading a little bit of information about the book that alluded to the fact that he grew up in an abusive home, which you would never have guessed. And how bad was that for him, and how did he cope with that?
It was bad, but it wasn't. It wasn't for lack of love. He had a really loving family, but everybody was messed up. His father was a paranoid schizophrenic, and in those days, there was no treatment.
Right.
There was no treatment for people with problems like that. And so the father was abusing everybody, and he was crazy. And he was coming after my dad with a knife and after his mother. And then his older brothers, his brothers were a lot older than he was, and they were alcoholics because of this situation.
He was the youngest.
Crazy.
He was the youngest by 14 years, I believe, correct?
Yeah,
Right. So, but the thing that you talk about, Karen, is that with all this misery and stuff around him, it sort of became his mission statement, if you will, his modus operandi was to make people happy. So he could have gone down the path of, I'm going to descend into this madness as well, but it sort of became his reaction to it was, I'm going to fight against this and try to be happy.
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. He could have become a nervous Van Gogh or,
right.
one of those poor unhappy creatures. But actually, he had a funny family. His whole family was funny. His older brother, Shadow, nicknamed Shadow because he was so skinny. But Shadow was this naturally brilliant comedian, and he was studying Shadow all the time. And then Shadow had asthma. And the Shadow was getting weaker and weaker, and so it sort of fell on Dad to take Shadow's place, and he was ready to do that when the time came.
It's fascinating because and reading about this, he apparently had. We knew him initially in his, with Steve Allen and his other appearances in other shows as he would play the anxious, trembling kind of guy. Yeah. But he did, in fact, suffer from anxiety attacks, did he not?
Yeah, he had mental issues, emotional issues because of his upbringing and stuff. And then, when he met my mother in college, she was a very practical, wonderful gal, really had it together. And after they got married, she insisted that he get a psychiatrist. And nobody believed in psychiatry then. But she managed to get him to go, and that was finally what began to turn him around and get him on a better footing.
Well, he certainly had a lengthy and lucrative and entertaining career and made so many people happy, me being us.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Being a couple of them. So it's great to know that that you're sharing this story. And we just want to remind people, Tied Up in Knots.
I already ordered it.
My Dad and Me is coming out on the 21st. You can get it at Amazon.com. Karen, it's great to touch base with you. Thanks so much. Continued success to you.
Thank you, and thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Karen Knots, guys. Nice. We didn't even get to touch on Three's Company.
No.
Mr. Furley.
Pleasantville. You remember?
Pleasantville.
Yeah.
Three's Company, though, that's where I loved him.
Yeah.
I mean, that was my...
So I loved him so much. Like, you have to. So Three's Company was it was uttered. It wasn't written. It was the whole show was. Listen, I enjoyed it, but it was predicated on the cheapest comedic concepts.
Right.
The stuff that they did on Andy Griffith was, I mean, she talked about, some of those segments, classic. I don't know, Preston, how much you remember, but the one where Opie takes in this dog, and Barney's trying to explain to Opie about how dogs can live outside. There's a thunderstorm going outside, and the dog has run away, and he's trying to convince Opie about how animals can do it, and he goes, it's not like dogs look out for each other. He goes, not like in a jungle, like with giraffes. Giraffes, they don't care about anything,
right?
And he
just starts heading down the path.
They don't care if they're running around getting hit by lightning. Yeah. And he's going off into this tirade, and it's just hilarious. Yeah. Complete genius.
It was great. All right, we got to take a break. We have stuff to get to, including another chance to win $500 with the MMR Money Clip. So that's on the way at 10. We'll come back in just a sec. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Greatest out hits in there now. Is like, anyways, thought I'd throw that in there.
So that was the code word you guys used
Yeah,
for
it's
Coke.
kind of tough around the cage to say who's got the blow.
Right.
So hey, is Richards in the house?
Right.
That's when I was a lot younger, though. A lot younger.
I had friends that used butter was the word.
Butter was the word?
Comes up with a name for whatever illegal substance you might be throwing around. But Keith Richards, I like that.
That is cool.
Richards, yeah. And the thing is, because he's cool without trying to be cool, you know?
Okay. Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
I was reading about, Lenny, and doing some of the research once we learned you were going to be on the show. And obviously, we've had some Twitter action back and forth. I think the last thing that we had that came up on our radar was when the teeth, the dentures at the restaurant, and we're like, what in the F? And he's rooting around in the garbage. And then we heard there were $80,000.
Yeah, look at them, man.
They're damn good.
Well, the thing is, it took 4 years to get them done because I had to have bone marrow redone. I had to. So it was a guy in South Dakota that did. Is Sioux Falls in South Dakota? Or North Dakota? Okay,
South Dakota.
He did Doc Gooden's too. He's just a huge fan. But I had to go in, and it was such a process. And then the fact that I have they're not dentures, they're implants.
Okay.
So are they locked now?
They're locked.
Okay.
Yeah. But I unlock them for when I do my work.
Okay.
We'll get that later. But so I'm a man of many
talents. Yeah.
So,
We've heard. Yeah. So wait,
did you found them in the dumpster?
Oh yeah, I wasn't leaving until I got them, and there was some other guy who took some credit, some guy with a weird twinkle toes or something.
Like a wrestler.
Yeah, but he was there 2 seconds. I dove in there. I went through food. I started eating some of it actually. But then when I found my teeth, it was like I found gold, man.
Yeah.
So they're back in. Look, perfect.
They look great. They look great.
You were at a Jersey Mike's. You'd finished your meal. You'd put your dentures on a napkin, and you'd done something. A lot of
not dentures, implants.
Implants.
Because my guy in Sioux Falls would kill me.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
And then you accidentally throw them out. So you're going, but it took about 9 hours, right, before you found them.
See, what happened was sometimes if I eat something, again, I think Jersey Mike's got mad because I said the bread was kind of hard. But if something's hard, I don't want to disrupt them, so I just take them out and I put them to the side. But and then I forgot, and it was closing time, so I left and I said, my teeth. Where's my teeth?
Yeah.
And so then I go back to the store, they're closed, and I say, dude, my teeth, they're in there. I got to get my teeth. And they look at me like I'm crazy.
Yeah.
So they said, all trash is out. And they said, wait a second. I said, which is the last trash can at dumpster is in? They showed it to me. I just dove head first. I dove into second base. And I just started grinding. Finally got it. It was like finding a hidden treasure,
Well, 80, and we thought, no, there's no way. And then people started to call in and back you up and say, yeah, if you get a really well done.
There was so much work involved.
So much work.
Because there was not enough bone, see? So he had to build up bone and so I did all that on ibuprofen, because opiates are like the devil.
Yeah.
And so I just grinded it out.
Yeah, prosthetics of any type are made specifically for the individual, and they're really expensive. And I can understand why you were. It was a die-hard situation. You had to
let's
get
call
it
it
back.
like it is. I mean, I didn't have the money to pay for that. This guy was he's such a great guy. He did Doc Gooden's teeth too.
Yeah.
He didn't leave that gold thing in there though.
No.
But yeah.
Doc did a lot of Richards back in the 80s, didn't he?
And Doc knows Keith well.
I was looking at a picture of you. So, Lenny, I became a fan when you were playing on the Mets. I was up in New York, and I remember that team and the whole vibe. And then I was always also a fan of the Phils. So your trajectory has been one that's been very, very cool. But I'm looking at House of Nails. The book you wrote came out in 2016, and I'm thinking you have enough material for another book at this point.
Yeah.
Are you? Because you are, as they say, a colorful character. People, people are gravitate to you because you have these stories. Are you thinking of another book?
You can say it. People either love me or hate me.
Yeah.
And that's look. The bottom line is I tell the truth, and a lot of people don't like to hear the truth, but I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, so what am I doing in Philly right now? I'm here to do commercials for Martino Signs. Okay?
What is this?
You wearing the hat?
Yeah, Martino Signs. So I'm a spokesman for him. So we're out there doing commercials. So then the Eagles game, and then I did went and for the pregame and
the tailgate.
Oh man, it's unbelievable.
It's crazy, right?
It's insane.
So you were out there promoting the company,
but then just dealing with the fans. You know, the fans. I'm a man of the people, man. The fans in Philadelphia. Look, the Philadelphia season in 1993. To me, again, I think fans will back this up. Was still the most exciting season in the history of Philadelphia baseball. Because we went from last to first, okay, and then we're all drug fueled and like nobody wanted to come to a bat, you know.
Yeah.
And then you have these fans that are crazy that are just like people are scared to death of, you know. So
when you're greeted, like when you're out and about here, and I mean, do you feel the love? Do you?
I do.
What do you?
Yeah. I don't feel it from the Phillies though.
Yeah.
I mean, because I think that like. One of the owners found out that I tagged his daughter.
Oh my God! Jeez,
So like the real reason I'm on the Wall of Fame isn't. So like it was kind of a bad move, but that's what happened. I mean, what can I say? But see,
you can say more.
So were you guys playing hide and go seek tag or
I mean, look,
freeze tag?
I'm just it's just I love hearing those words. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Oh my God!
Holy
jeez!
Yeah.
All right, Lenny, I spoke with you on the phone on Friday, and we put that up. We put that up as a fun-sized podcast. And when I was talking with you on the phone, it sounded like there were women in bed with you on Friday. Now, do you remember Friday morning and chatting with me?
Yeah. I couldn't shake her. Yeah.
You couldn't shake her.
Yeah.
But it was just one person because I couldn't tell.
Maybe two. But the thing is I don't ever let them stay. See. And this one tried to stay, and I said, listen, there's a door over there, you see, and there's a handle. You turn it left, okay? And you follow the signs, okay? And the exit down, and then, but she wouldn't leave, and I'm on the air with you. So I said, get in the bathroom, remember?
Yeah.
Anyways, we got past that. Let's move on to, how about the cheap shot that our boy put on Carson Wentz, you know, was a rough deal. But this is a rock and roll station, man. You guys talk about everything.
We do. We talk about everything. Yeah. So let me ask you. So with that, and with you talk about the sports. We talk about the Phils and the Mets. You were saying in one of the interviews I was reading about you that the Mets it was a little bit more on the up and up, but you hardcore partied with the Phils, and you also talked about doing steroids. And how that you looked at that point when you were doing them to preserve your job because everyone was doing it. Do you have any regrets of doing steroids now, or was it you had to do it to be where you were?
That's actually a great question because, and again, here comes the truth. So in 89, like I told the Mets, I need to play every day because if you don't play every day, you're not going to get paid. So they wouldn't play. Davey Johnson wouldn't play me every day. So we happened to be in Philly, okay, and like a right-handed pitcher was pitching. So 2 at bats into the game, Davey says, "You're done. That's enough." I said, "Like what the? You know?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?" So then I go up in the locker room and I hear Harry the K, the great Harry Callis, unbelievable. I hear him say, "A lot of action here at the vet today, and initials are LD." So I said to myself, "I just got traded." So then I'm sitting in my locker after the game. I'm sitting in my little stool and I wait for the tap. I get the tap and they say, Davey wants to see you in his office. So I go in there and Davey says, well, you know, Davey, by the way, he was best friends with Jack, you know, as in Daniels. Everyone says he was a player's coach, manager. Of course he was. He's always hung over in his office.
All right.
But I'm in there and there's Joe McElvain, the general manager, and Davey. And he says, look, we want to thank you for helping us win a World Series. We just traded you to the Phillies. And I said, wait. The team in the other dugout? What do I meet him at home plate? It was so weird.
I remember when that happened.
It was so weird, but I was so
Juan
happy.
Samuel, right? The Phils traded Juan Samuel, I think, for you?
Yeah. A brutal trade. But for me, it was a great trade because, like, with the Mets, I was a young guy, and, like, I never saw a line of Coke. I never saw it good, and I had beer. That's it. I mean, I didn't even drink a beer until I got to the big leagues. But then I made up for it later. But what I'm saying is, so when I got to the Phillies in '89, I started playing every day. So I'm a small guy. I'm 5'9". So I didn't forget how to play baseball. I just wore down.
It took its so, and you were describing, and I was, and you know, I started reading some of the passages out of the book too. Because we can't listen. Yeah. We see you out on the field. We see these athletes, and you're describing a level of wear and tear that we don't understand.
See, I was so ahead of the curve. See, remember, it wasn't illegal then either. So in '89, the general manager, because I went and I came out of the gates. I'm in 320, and I timbered, you know, down to way down. So General Manager Lee Thomas says, look, we're going to give you 1990. You're going to lead off every day. You're not going to look at the lineup. So I'm in Mississippi with my ex-wife, and people live there, by the way. So literally, this is how it went down. I literally just went into the yellow pages, and I pulled up some hillbilly doctor, and I didn't even know what he was going to give me. I went to him, and I told him the facts. I said, look, 1990 is going to determine whether I become a multimillionaire or I have to get a real job.
Yeah.
So here's what I need. I don't need a pill or a drug to make me play baseball better. I know how to do that. I need something that's going to keep my weight on so I can stay strong for 6 months.
Yeah.
You know, baseball is the most grueling schedule in sports, okay? Yeah. So that being said, I didn't know what he's going to give me. He writes a prescription. I go get in line in Rite Aid. You know, they fill it, and he says, come back, and I'll show you how to do it. And I come back to his office. He's got a harpoon waiting for me like this, and it's Decadurabolin, okay? Because remember...
So is that a growth hormone?
No, that's steroid. That's a steroid. Then as I became a chemist later, we mixed all that stuff in. But so remember, I had to do this because I physically wasn't capable of with holding. I couldn't hold up for 6 months. So that I did that for my family to make money because like I said, I don't need something that could make me play baseball. I knew how to do that. And it wasn't a coincidence that I ended up hitting 325 that year.
Right.
Okay, I walked up to the plate. I had a 15-inch, you know what, because I knew that they knew that I was like on point. You know what I mean?
So, and this is the point, though, to like, and hearing about it and talking about, there's a documentary, I forget the name in case I know you saw it as well, where these guys talking about steroids and so he's a competitive bodybuilder and his brother's a bodybuilder doing steroids, and they're both taking two different angles on it. But the truth of the matter is, and the guy even makes the point in the documentary about people love to see these incredible home runs and they love to see this incredible level of performance. So and at that point, for you to remain competitive.
See, I was ahead of the curve.
So I'm surprised in myself that I sort of see that. I see that point.
Yeah, but see, it didn't get till later, and I told the commissioner, I told baseball, listen, I said, they asked me about, because I did some work for them, and they're asking me about marijuana and cocaine and this. I said, no, you got it all wrong. I said, steroids is your problem. If you don't take care of that, it's going to be a problem that's going to just be out of control. Because anytime money's involved, anytime you can make more money, okay, people are going to make decisions they wouldn't normally make. And so if the guy next to you is doing it, okay, and he's going to get paid $30 million, what are you going to do? Say, I'm going to be a good guy. You know that? And I'm not going to do it. And I'll go get a real job and make $60,000 and be miserable.
Right.
I'm a lifelong Phillies fan, Lenny. I love that 93 team. I was 18 at the time. We went to a lot of games at the Vet that summer. Who on the team was not doing drugs?
There's a lot of them. I mean, they weren't allowed at any of my parties. So I never stayed at the team hotel, okay? Yeah, so I got smarter as I got older. So what I did is I had the party brought to my suite. So I have my guys that worked for me, And so when I got done playing, everything was set up and ready. That's why they all started hating Mitch Williams, because he would delay the game so long. The party wouldn't get started till late. But a lot of guys weren't doing drugs. I mean, you had your core group. I'm sure you know who they are, but I mean, Eisenreich was doing some, but I think different kind of, for his Tourette's. But
so, Danny Jackson, drugs?
No, I think he just drank, and he drank hard. Mulholland, no drugs. Schilling, no drugs. Milt Thompson, no
benefits, HR technology, payroll, and scalable HR services for 30-plus years. Insperity, HR that makes a difference. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So speaking of traffic and Manayunk and the filming of the Adam Sandler movie, cool picture of Jay Wright and Adam Sandler. I guess this is from last night.
Yeah, so I'm not quite sure where it is. It's in a gym somewhere. I can't tell if it's in Villanova's campus or not, but Villanova Basketball put their Facebook page. They put it up on, put that photo up.
And he's wearing a Federal Donuts hoodie or sweatshirt.
Nick and I were saying he must be staying in the area. If he's eating at Savona, now a picture with Jay Wright, he's got to be not in the city. He's probably somewhere out this way.
No, we had a was it Bolaris or
I bet he's renting a
house. And I think you're exactly right.
Yeah.
It's in the not directly in, but in the outskirts.
Right.
I think he's in Harleysville, maybe right down the street from me.
Maybe.
Okay.
I mean, I have a nicely finished basement. He could have come on, stayed in my house.
Brand new and
Would have
everything.
been fine.
Want to see if anybody has caught sight of anything going on with that filming in Maniac today. It's a stone's throw away from where we are.
I was trying to
215-263 WMMR if you want to call in with that. Yes?
No, I was just trying to zoom into the banners in the background of that picture.
Oh, can you
to
see anything?
if but it gets blurry, so I couldn't really tell.
Right.
Just trying to figure out where they were.
Yeah. They're definitely filming. You can see some light riggings in there.
Sure.
So
the word is, Preston, that they had obviously the roads were closed off, and then cameras, or at least large camera rigs, were visible on some of those streets as of this morning.
So yeah, I don't know. They're only going to be filming today and tomorrow, I believe, in Maniac, and of course it's going to rain. So I don't know how important that is or not to what they're doing. So if it is and they can't do it, then maybe they'll have to stick around for a few days. I don't know.
Well, they always generate rain. So if they, for movies. So I wonder if they can, put up big tarps and protect an area or
like it's not raining.
Yeah, or green screen or.
In Rocky Balboa, the scene where he's training and he runs up the steps, it started snowing.
Yes, it was perfect.
And Stone was like, cameras, roll, now, right now. And it ended up being a really cool...
It wasn't in the script, but this is perfect.
Yeah. So, Casey, a text came in, says, apparently Adam was filming at Manor College in Jenkintown last night.
So, he's in Jenkintown and his company produces the Goldbergs.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if, he hooked up with anybody from there.
And part of the what was it, JT? JTP?
Yeah.
Jenkintown Posse?
That show premieres next week, and I think they're going to do a nice longer tribute to Pops, to George Segal, in the season opener.
George Segal. Yeah.
What did I say?
George Segal.
Is that a different person?
Jackass.
No, I thought it was Seagal, but I'm wrong.
It's Seagal.
Yeah.
Oh, I never knew that.
Yeah.
Oh, you learn stuff.
Yeah.
It's Steven Seagal.
So that's
what I'm thinking.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
But maybe they do a tribute.
That's a different guy.
It was the 1980s, and we were loving Steven Seagal.
Somebody said, I've been doing background work for Addams' movie. Yeah, his house is somewhere in Montco.
Okay.
It might be Harleysville, for all I know.
Wouldn't it be
Last time,
wild?
here's another text. Last time Adam was in town, he was spotted several times in Berwyn, PA.
Yes, he went to Handel's Ice Cream.
Okay.
Which is really good ice cream.
Where's that?
It's right on
in Berwyn.
It's in Berwyn on Route 30.
Is it all homemade ice cream or is it like outsourced?
I don't know who the original producers are of said ice cream. However, I do know that the lines at Handel's Ice Cream are ridiculously long every time you go.
I had an idea this morning to do, Casey, like you did a pizza place tour. I'm doing an ice cream shop tour.
Yeah.
But it's fall, and that doesn't make much sense.
Doesn't matter.
I'm gonna start it now. I go year-round for ice cream.
This notion that ice cream needs to end at the end, that's BS.
Right? Silly.
Case, I need to join you on your pizza tour because I know I mentioned this before, but my pizza place is officially gone. And
oh man,
that sucks.
It's you don't understand. It's very upsetting. And every time we drive by the new place, like Jace is upset about it too, and he's like, I don't even like the name of that new restaurant.
Have you given it a try yet, though?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not a pizza place.
Oh, what is it? A dry cleaner?
No, it's actually cool. I'm fine with what it was. I just don't like that it took over my pizza joint.
pizza
But
place.
it's a little
Right.
brew pub.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
The last place I went to was a place called Seminaras it's on Springfield Road in Clifton, and the amount of backlash I got because I had never been there before. Like, I'm sorry,
You can't be to every freaking place.
Be everywhere. But what was interesting is, so I go to Seminaras on Friday night, got the provolone pie upside down as recommended.
Righteous,
dude. The next day, I run into and I meet for the first time ever Seminara's daughter. Like, what are the chances of
Sissy
Seminara? I meet her. And I was like, hey, sis, I was at your pop's place last night. No, so I just thought that was pretty interesting. But now, next place I have to go to is a place, I think it's called Just Pizza in Chester.
Can you?
So, I know.
Good luck.
Do you have hamburgers?
I'm not going with you there.
No, it's just pizza.
Just pizza. What about spaghetti?
Well, how are your ribs? Just pizza.
Can you do a Montgomery County tour?
I can, but
finish this up and I'll do Monco with you.
You do Monco.
No, I want to do it with
we
you.
do Monco.
Yeah. Because if I don't like it, I'll just give you my slice.
Okay.
There's a text that says every conversation goes right to food somehow, doesn't it?
It does, because that's what binds us together.
No,
and
it's true.
cheese. Cheese binds us.
That's true, too. Let me see here. I have some things that we could chat about. Yeah, I guess I noticed them. The noticer made an appearance.
Somebody online said has to be listening to our show, right?
I put the word out.
All right.
Nobody's checking in, so do what we can.
All right.
Let's see here. How about this? This'll reel Kathy in. Costco is known for having a generous return policy.
I know about this.
Yes.
This is a mind blower.
But one TikTok user is claiming it's super generous. The user, who goes by Hannah, claims that she is a Costco employee and has made a video with another employee in which they address questions we get all the time at refunds.
I don't know if this can actually be true, what they're saying.
They claim that customers can get refunds for old, used bed sheets, dead Christmas trees.
Like your dead Christmas tree, you can take to Costco and go, this didn't work out for me. Can I get a refund?
I didn't see the dead Christmas tree thing.
Yeah.
That seems rather absurd.
Right?
And even a quarter of a pie.
They won't take electronics back, though.
Well, electronics are probably going to hold up better than a dead Christmas tree.
Hey, I have a question for you. So I got a new golf club. Okay.
You want to return it?
Yeah, well, but here's the deal.
Okay.
I've gone to the driving range several times with it, and I've used it.
All right, tell me more. Where'd you buy it?
I bought it at Dick's. I ordered it through Dick's.
Okay, what's the problem?
It doesn't. I don't swing it well. I mean, it's the staff is too flaccid.
Here's the deal.
Okay.
Kathy's great with
the shaft is too flaccid.
Hold on. Did anybody help you when you went to purchase?
Got
Where's
it.
that dick now?
I forgot about that.
We're talking about
Play it
Casey's
again one more
neighbor.
time.
Okay.
Where's that dick now?
All right, so
hold on. Did anybody help you when you went to purchase it?
No, it was online. I ordered it.
It's disgusting.
Okay. It's okay. No, it's still okay. We can still work this.
You buy stuff online, and if there is a correlating store, you'll return it to that store. Correct?
Oh, totally. No, yeah, that's not the problem. The problem is that he used it.
Yeah,
so but it doesn't.
It's athletic equipment, and I think once you use it,
it doesn't mean it's a no.
Okay.
It does not mean it's a no.
Is it okay? You know what? I think you're more likely. No, obviously some people take advantage of it, but like the LL Bean thing that used to be. They were legendary for their return policy. If you have a good liberal return policy, you're more likely to build up a large client base because they respect that. I guess you also build up a lot of people who are going to take advantage of that. And so that's the line you walk.
Maybe, but I mean, if for me, if I take something back, I return it, there was something wrong with it, or it just didn't work, Preston, like your golf club, and they take it back, guess what? I'm going to go back there and shop. A friend of mine, she is taking golf lessons, so she's just getting into the sport. She knows a little bit about it. Her husband went out. Nicest guy, I love them. He went out and bought her a whole set of golf clubs for this. She was doing like a clinic. It was like an all weekend thing.
Right.
She gets onto the golf course. She has her new club. She's all excited. She loves the color white. They're white. It's my friend with the White House, by the way. He bought her left-handed clubs.
Oh my God, no.
So she's there for the weekend.
Oh.
She wants to play. I think she used them. I don't know.
What?
Well, they were used.
Okay.
Took them back to Dick's, and Dick's took them.
Okay.
They returned them. She said, my husband bought left-hand clubs like this. And so they did return them. I think if you go back and you say, this club is not working for me, I did use it, be honest with them.
Yep.
I think they're going to take it back, and they'll let you swap it out for another one.
Quick question. Did she just walk in and they took them, or did she have to massage dicks?
No.
Stop it.
Marissa?
Well, I'm an expert on dicks, so.
Oh my God.
And now we have that.
There we go.
No, you're not. I'm not going to pull it. I'm erasing it right now.
You're not going to pull that dick for us?
Only if you help, Preston.
Okay.
How long ago did you buy it?
I just got it this week. This past week.
No, you're fine.
So I'm
Okay.
on Dick's website, and they have a 90-day return policy. They extended it from 60 days, and it just says, like, no firearms, bows, crossbows, football helmets. I think you're good to go.
Okay.
Also,
Good to know.
but here's the thing. It's not. It might be 90 days, but you used your item. Take it back as soon as possible.
Okay. Yep, I got it. All right. Thank you for the heads up on that. Hang on a second. Let me go to Tim. Hi, Tim. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, it's Jim. How you guys doing?
Jim. What's up, bud?
Hey, I used to work in retail, and I can mention the store's name because they're out of business now, but I used to work at Clover.
Clover.
Oh, sure. All right. Clover. Yeah.
Everyone loves Clover.
Yeah.
And I worked in the sporting goods department. I was the assistant manager. And I got called up to the return desk one day, our customer service desk one day, and a woman was returning a pair of sneakers, Converse sneakers. And they had definitely been worn out. They had holes in them. Like they were on tour with the Harlem Globetrotters.
Right.
Years. And they were purchased 3 years earlier. And I said, no, we can't take these back. I'm sorry. The store manager overrode me and took them back. But her reason, and it was written on the return slip for returning them, was they don't fit my kids' feet anymore.
After 3 years of growing, yes. All right.
That's funny.
That's great.
I wonder if the case is that a business will just. Again, I agree with you, Kathy, 100%. If you have a return policy where you don't grill someone and interrogate them and make them feel like an idiot, you're more likely to get further sales off that person by accepting that. But I wonder if a company just realizes if they do both and take the hit on the people that are going to exploit it, it still works in their benefit.
It has to, because Nordstrom has one of the best return policies in the industry. And I'll tell you what, I buy more clothes, accessories, shoes from Nordstrom because I know if I get them and they're not going to work, I can take them back. Now, also, I don't think I've ever, unless it's completely fallen apart, I'm not going to wear something and then return it.
Right.
But if I did and it completely fell apart and I spent, some money on it, they will take it back.
You mentioned LL Bean, Steve, and for outdoor gear, REI has a fantastic return policy.
They're awesome.
They're a full year.
Yeah, and not only if you don't return it in that full year's time, Kathy, they have that exchange program, so you can bring it in and it goes to like the REI.
Like the outlet.
The outlet, that's it. Yeah, and so if it's gear that's even slightly used or whatever, you can get a few bucks for it. But it's basically like this exchange program where you're like, all right, I'm going to keep coming back to that store. Essentially,
I love that. Yeah, I brought back some hiking shirts to REI, and I said, "There's poop in these things."
Whose poop?
I don't know.
So anyhow, we need a Costco customer commenter on this. Kathy said. That Costco has the right to refund the person's refund the person's membership if they're abusing the return policy.
Right. Okay.
There we go.
So if you're doing it too much, they'll say, "Look, come on, we can't do this all the time. Suck it.
Go to Dick's."
All right. Well, let me ask you this question about REI. I went to REI and I bought a Camelback water bladder. I have not used it yet. Haven't even taken it out of the package. Now, a couple of weeks ago, it was in my garage. I stepped on it. I heard a pop.
On it.
I heard a pop.
Right.
I don't know if I popped it or not. I haven't taken it out of the package at all. Do you think I could return that and get another one?
Probably.
Yes, you can. It's your fault. You absolutely can. And they'll take it back. But
okay,
that's on you.
So mad at
That's
myself. I was like,
conscience.
did I just hear a pop? I heard a pop. Damn it.
All right. Well, there's something else I noticed, and I definitely want to talk about this because this is pretty cool. Our good friend and fellow coworker for many, many years, Matthew Frederick Cord.
Yes.
You will now be able to experience Matt's voice in the starting lineup introductions and in-game calls while you're playing NBA 2K22 video game.
That's awesome.
Which is released tomorrow. Yeah.
It's so cool because Matt was talking to us and about the process of actually going out and recording this and all the stuff that had to be implemented to make it work. But to be a part of a game that's so highly anticipated, and who's better than Matt at this stuff?
Yeah, it's so awesome. I'm so excited for him. But this is one of Jace's favorite video games, so he knows all about Matt and that Matt's going to be the voice. And Matt's promised him a copy. He said he can get one of my copies when I get them in the mail. So he's like literally counting down the days till he can play Matt's game.
They're going to give Matt. Hey, there he is! Get in here! Get in here, dude.
Let me just say this.
A 5'10" guard.
Text at MGK that someone's like they're talking about you on Preston and Steve.
So the game comes out tomorrow, man.
I'm in a long Van Halen song. So.
Oh, okay. All right.
5150.
Are you
Why
on
can't
now?
This be? Yes, I'm on.
Oh, okay.
You have been playing at half speed.
Yeah.
We'll make this quick.
Later on, I'm giving out tickets for the Black Crows, Noontime Nuggets coming up at 12. The game came out last Friday.
Oh, it did? I thought it's this Friday. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Have you played it? Have you listened to your voice on it?
I don't have a. I'm not a gamer. I got to go out and buy like an Xbox One
come
or
to my house and bring
PS4. I don't know. What should I buy?
Well, if you
PS5.
I hear the 5's hard to buy though.
you might be able to get an Xbox Xbox. Listen, they're both. There's limited on both because there's people are still.
What's
buying
the one that also gives you like Apple TV and Hulu?
You can get those. You can get those as apps on both.
You're not a gamer.
I have Missile Command in my house. The big unit.
Are you excited about this?
Yeah, I am. I am. Yeah, it's pretty neat. It's neat that like younger kids like Lily, my niece Lily, she's like, Uncle Matt, I need a PS4, and my boyfriend Nathan needs an Xbox One.
Yeah. Has anybody outside of your family asked you for any games?
You.
Okay, besides me.
Pat Egan at the Fanatic, I gave him one. My buddy Rob Wasserman, Jonah, his son has one. Yeah, they gave me 10. So
okay.
Which is almost like, they're not cheap. What are they?
No, they're not.
They're probably about $50.
Yeah. And I got a couple of the limited edition ones, which are $100.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what they come with extra stuff?
I don't know. I'm not a gamer.
so
I'm gonna end up giving them out at like an event.
That's so wild that you're not even remotely a gamer, but
I'm going to become one.
Yeah, to be part of a game like this. So the process, as we've heard, and we've talked to a number of people who've recorded things for video games, is that you record like virtually every iteration multiple times.
Thing
correct?
that's neat with this game, if you're a fan of like the Lakers, you can plug in Matt Cord as the announcer for the Lakers.
Oh, wow.
And I'm saying LeBron James, Anthony Davis.
All right, so that's why you spend so much time recording
that
out
killed
there.
me to sound excited about saying, like I would tell the guy across the edge, I'm like, Bill, this is killing me. I hate Jason Tatum.
But what if they become a Sixer, and that's another thing? So you never know, like in the trade deadline, who's actually going to be on your team.
But there's another cool feature, and you guys will appreciate this. You can plug in old Sixers to play a game. So I got to say, Todd, Big Mac McCullough.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
That is very cool.
And I was talking to Todd when I was out there. I couldn't tell him. I'm like, he's going to lose his mind. So
I'm sure Iverson's in there somewhere,
Iverson's in there. Maine Jones, Matt Geiger. I mean, it's really cool.
What about Willie Green?
I don't think Willie's in it. He's a coach now. He's the head coach.
You're going to have some
New Orleans.
some game versions of these players that played longer than they actually did for the team.
Yes.
Yes, it's true.
Excuse me, but I have to leave now.
Somebody just texted and said the Van Halen song's over. You got to get over that. Matt Cord! Oh, my God. That's too funny. All right, so that's out now. That's awesome.
That's
Good for
cool.
him, man. And so he was saying all 30 in-arena public address announcers are on this version, and so I didn't know. I was wondering why his recording sessions were over several days.
Yes, yeah.
Because I'm like, well, if they got 30 guys doing this, and you couldn't have had to do too much, but so he did the entire league.
You can choose.
And I guess veterans from each of those leagues or from each of those teams throughout the league. That's a lot of work.
It was 2 trips out to LA. So he was the first one I think was kind of an extended trip, and then he went out for like another 3 or 4 days a second time.
I got offered to do some stuff for, it was a Grand Theft Auto version, I forget which, maybe 3 or 4, to do some voice work. And it was like weeks of stuff. I'm like, I have an actual job. I can't do that. So, yeah, I know.
But now with the hookups that they have, you can probably voice those in a studio locally.
Right.
Or do a direct ISDN line. Or Zoom.
It was before that.
Oh, that sucks. All right, anyhow. Well, that's cool for Matt. So if you get the game, you can plug in Matt Cord.
It's the best.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, Case, I'm assuming we should take a break because we've got the money clip coming up. I don't want to miss that, and we want to be on time for it.
Nice.
So another opportunity for you to win $500, maybe even $10,000 is coming up in just a moment. So let's take a break. Some Bizarre File stories are coming up, too. We will be right back. Stay with us.
I mean, it's all speculative.
Well, because remember, at that point, I became like a chemist. So like people needed a script filled, they just came to me. Yeah.
So right now, what do you think the nature of the sport is now? Have they done a fairly successful job of eliminating that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
In fact, there's no drugs in baseball. Now you might have a fringe guy that is like on his way out and he's got nothing to lose. But what that tells you though is how in the heck does Major League Baseball players break and shatter the single-season home run record on no drugs? Very simple. Major League Baseball, if they want the ball to fly out there, they make it harder. I mean, they take the seams down, okay?
Right.
So when you take the seams down, the ball travels, okay? So they can like turn. It's almost like turning one on a little warmer, turn warm water on. So they control that. See. So it's like an airplane. When an airplane lands, you know, the flaps come down.
Right.
But see, with no seams, the ball just, they're like rocket ships, you know?
Huh.
Hey, real quick, I just want to tell you guys. So you see this picture that's up in our studio?
Yeah.
See the two ball boys in the first row? The guy on the left was my boyfriend, and he used to travel with the team. And I mean, he never told me any stories about you guys, but I'm just wondering if he ever made it into one of your parties.
Wait. Better than that. He made it into Showtime. So, like, the Bad Boys, I used to let them get in the closet, you know, and they used to watch me do my service, you know? And sometimes they'd make noise, and I'd say, "What you guys? What the?" You know, but that's the kind of player I was, a team player.
Right.
You know? Even the Bad Boys guys about this
Check with him.
You're a giver. So reconnect. You're a giver. You want people to
By the way, that's an absolute true story.
Is it the clubhouse?
The club is when they have to go on the road, so they couldn't wait to go on the road, man.
Yeah.
Because I'd say, okay, listen, man, get in there, get in that closet, but don't say anything. Okay.
Like in the hotel suite,
Yeah. And so I call it showtime. And I'm a normal. I'm a missionary man. I'm not into any crazy stuff. I mean, like no chandelier.
A missionary man. Okay. All right.
Let me ask you, Lenny, because you had a friendship with Charlie Sheen. And Charlie Sheen has his legendary partier and all that stuff. And you said you got into his house, and he had like a state of the art like drug den. To describe what he had.
Well, Charlie Sheen, by the way, the biggest and the biggest meltdown in the history of Hollywood.
Yeah.
And it was all over one reason, okay? Charlie Sheen's gay, okay? And Charlie Sheen could not live with that, okay? The reason why he was doing whatever he was doing for 10 days straight, okay, was because he had to do that to get to that place. So I had Charlie out a year before that he was forced to go out. And his people, he wanted to go out. He's being extorted. He's broke now. He's being extorted. It's one of the saddest and most difficult things I've ever been involved with. I was there every day with him.
So it's your belief that Charlie Sheen is gay?
No, it's not my belief. Come on, dude. I've seen videos. It's like you got to look left, bro.
Wow. Okay.
So I don't believe it. I mean, he's got HIV.
So he was a fan of yours.
See, I never knew any of this. He did this on his own.
Huh.
See, this is his own world here. But see, when he'd get locked up in that for 10 days, everyone was afraid to go help him. So, because they were afraid that he'd fire him. So I never took a dime from him. I was his real friend. So they'd call me, and I'd go up, and I'd like say, and what happened on your story there is when I got in that room, I said, to break the ice, I said, Charlie, and this is before I know about all the darkness.
Right.
I said, I got to tell you, man, if you're going to smoke crack, this is the best crack room I've ever seen.
So you said it was like behind like the classic revolving book.
Alfred Hitchcock. So like the fiance, her name was Catan Sheen at the time.
Right.
He made her change her name. And the first hint there, she was a porno star. Because remember, Charlie used to say, they're best because I can pay him and tell him when to come, tell him when to leave.
Yeah.
Now he's got one as a fiance. But when she called me up, he said, you got to come help. You got to come help. Charlie's been 10 days. Da, da, da. And I said, okay, meet me at the Beverly Glen thing, and I'll get me through the gates, and I'll take care of it. She said, you'll never find it. I said, what? I said, I've been there for...
You've been to the house before.
Thousands of times.
Yeah.
She said, no, he built a different special room. I said, okay.
Like a hidden room.
Dude, so we get up the stairs. First, I go through the Israeli, hit squad, his security, which was really an extension of his drug dealers. And so we get up there, and she literally takes a picture and moves it to the side, puts her hand on a thing, puts some numbers on, and his bookcase opens. It was like right out of Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah, or like a James Bond layer.
The room was off the chart. I mean, it was awesome. But then I said, Charlie, is this your life? Is this it, man?
Right.
Is this it? I said, like, what are you doing? You're 50 years old. You've been here 10 days. Remember that show you own? You got to be there Monday.
Right.
Because the big joke on his show was, in anger management, was, no, Charlie will be here. He'll be here at 11. He'll be here at 12. No, he'll be here. So
yeah,
it just all got bad. And like I said, but sober, Charlie's probably one of the smartest, greatest guys I've ever met. He's had that dark side, and that dark side, it wasn't, actually pitch black,
Wow.
So it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy.
So you did your, obviously you have your demons. You're very candid about it in the book, and you have stuff that you wrestle with all the time.
That's not one of them, though.
Yeah.
If somebody put something in my, you're gonna have to kill me.
Right. Well, you did 2.5. What'd you do? Was it 2.5 years in prison?
Yeah, they put me in the cooler, for couple years, and that's when I had to either say, okay, you can pout and feel sorry for yourself, or you can fight through it. And then I fought through it.
To that point, I remember reading the story, and I wanted to ask about this because you got your ass kicked in jail, and there was a lawsuit right against the guards.
Well, yeah. So L.A. County Jail is known as the biggest, and it's the largest in the country. The FBI did an investigation, put 23 of them in prison. So what there was there, it was like institutionalized, where they had to beat up like inmates. So when I went in there, and first of all, they put me on the worst row. I'm in there with the mafia hit squad leader and killers, so-and-so killers. But I was in there with that one dude that Michael Jackson. They said he killed the doctor.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
okay, a
the
doctor.
The London dude.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. And he was next to me, and I said, "What happened to good old Ambien, dude?" Come on.
Propofol is what.
Yeah. So he told me what happened. He said, "Look, what's that guy's name, man?" But anyways,
Conrad.
Yeah, Conrad Murray. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Conrad Murray.
So you're not with Conrad Murray.
He was there for a while next to me, and I said, "What happened?" He said, "I did my normal thing." He said, then he wanted more. So he's self-medicated, and with the anesthesia, too much, the lights go out. And luckily they did for a lot of kids, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Yeah, because one thing I won't accept is like somebody touching kids, or a man putting hands on a woman. That's just not acceptable.
Well, so you're in there, and how badly did you get beaten?
No, it was.
You were like a target, or what?
Yeah, no. The guy was they're bullies. One guy was whistling, take me out to the ball game. I said, "Hey, bro, not tonight."
Yeah.
And it went from nails to thumbtacks, and so finally the guy, we had words, and the next thing I know, they're coming in, and I'm back, duking, it took 7 of them to take me out of there. That lawsuit's still going on. In fact, they just offered me a big settlement, which I'm not going to take, and it's going to go to a trial here pretty quick.
Okay, because I was looking at some of the pictures. I mean, you got throttled.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, it's. I fought them hard. It took a lot. They dragged me out of there.
So why not take a settlement? You want to see them pay for
The settlement's too low.
Okay.
Yeah, because when you're, it's so funny in my life. The same people that put me in prison, the FBI, meaning, is the same people that's going to make me millions for this lawsuit. But when I got indicted, remember, you're talking about a guy that's he paid $20 million in taxes and never committed. When they said you're being indicted, I said, "What's that?" And when they showed me, it said the United States of America versus Lenny Dykstra.
Yeah.
I was like, really?
Yeah.
It's almost laughable, I mean, the feds just do what they want to do. And by the way, I didn't want that war. Okay. I mean, that's a much complicated, deeper story than it appears on the outside.
Yeah.
I mean, but what it is what it is. So that's why my book was so well received, and why it was a bestseller, because I didn't say poor me. I didn't say, they did this to me. They did the legal stuff. I said,
even some of your biggest critics were saying you were unabashedly saying what it is.
I said,
and if there's not much more you can say if you're saying, okay, I know people love me or hate me, and here's what I am.
Unlike Ron Darling, Ron Darling, who made up lies in his book, and it's been proven. I'm in a lawsuit with him too, and why would he pick me as an enemy?
He claimed you'd made racist comments. Was that it? Or
he claimed he did.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is, here comes Darryl Strawberry, here comes Kevin Mitchell, here comes Doc Gooden, here comes Wally Backman, Oil Can Boyd. So
coming to your defense.
So Darling, but why would he pick me as an enemy? I'm your worst nightmare. I'm the last guy you want as an enemy. Okay, so I'm not done with him by a long shot. That's going on. You're going to see.
Still going on.
It's going on in a big way. And by the way, because what he did is you cross a line there when you start talking about that's very sensitive stuff, okay?
Yeah.
And I wasn't the only one who took shots at Gary Carter, Bob Murphy, So, anyways, but on my book, like the legal stuff, instead of like blaming, like I just said, look, here are the facts. You be the judge.
So Preston and I were talking earlier this morning about, and I say you take ownership of some stuff, and you say that you need to know the rest of the story about the other stuff. If you, I mean, where you are career-wise now, and where everything's going, you showed that you had some business savvy. What's in the future for you?
Yeah, I mean, I still do have business savvy. I mean, look, I filed in 11, and that's when 08 came, when the world was ended, and they converted me to a 7 like 2 weeks into the 11. So like they just burned down everything I had. But so where I'm at now is I'm making signs for Martino. No.
You actually work at the company.
No, it's cool. We were doing some commercials, but no, I have a lot of things going on now. I mean, like besides, I do have a few clients in Beverly Hills, that keep the gas flow going. I mean, they're elderly people, but. See, I thought God put me on the earth to entertain people on the baseball field. I was pretty good at that. But that wasn't my calling. See, he put me on the earth to help women.
Are you a gigolo?
How are you helping women?
I'm a giver.
He's helping them reach climax, Cat.
Well, it's not so much that because they're a little old. Like, I mean, so it's like it's a lot of look left type deal. But like, that's what I do. I give. I'm a giver.
And the teeth come out when that happens, right?
Absolutely, bro.
All right, Lenny. So tell me, there's someone that has to have come to you with a biopic, a movie based on your life. Has anyone come to you to option your life for?
Yeah, a lot of. In fact, the guy that did with Leonardo DiCaprio played in
Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, Terrence Winters, who did Sopranos and everything else.
He came to you for this.
He was awesome. Yeah, but my movie was tied up with Gil Netter and John Lee Hancock, and they never got it to market. So it's with another group now that is trying to put it, because it's a great story because it covers everything. I mean, the book's about a baseball player, but not about baseball per se.
Yeah.
I mean, like it talks about like De Niro when I'm in like St. Bart's and he's stealing all. He's like he didn't even know who I was, but like we're at the two suites and like he sees all my friends helicoptering in. I got him coming night and like he can't take it anymore. He says to me, like, I got a daiquiris during the day, and he says, hey, what is that? And like, you know where he's going. And I said, it's a daiquiri. But anyways, and long story short, we ended up in his bathroom, and Richard's greatest.
MMR. It's time for an MMR money clip.
Oh, good for you.
Now, here's your money clip keyword.
All right. The word is demand. D-E-M-A-N-D. We're going to give you 15 minutes until after the hour to get that entered in. There are 3 ways for you to do it. You can text the word demand to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. Or if you'd like to be entered for the $10,000 grand prize, just enter it at the MMR app or at WMMR.com. That's demand. And one random entry wins $500 in this company-wide contest. That person will get a call from our company, Beasley, so make sure you're ready to answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. The whole thing is sponsored by Horizon Services. I'll give you that word one more time. It is demand, D-E-M-A-N-D. Good luck to you.
Now, WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it is brought to you by Dermatology Associates of Plymouth Meeting, recruiting for alopecia areata, a clinical trial, and men and women 18 to 65, a current episode of scalp hair loss lasting 6 months can sign up, and you can do it at PlymouthMeetingDermatology.com. A Miami University student who reportedly had taken LSD jumped off the third-floor roof of the Gaslight apartment complex on Monday.
Jeez.
The male student was taken to the hospital and then airlifted to the University of Cincinnati Medical Center, where he remained as of Thursday. Police are withholding the student's name because they are investigating possible drug charges against him.
You don't hear a lot of LSD stuff like this anymore.
According to the police report, officers were dispatched to the apartment complex after a 911 call reported the jumper had gone off the building. Officers found the student on the ground in the parking lot, unable to speak, suffering serious injuries. The student's roommate said that he was acting a little strangely before walking onto the rooftop terrace and jumping. He apparently was the only person on the terrace at the time. Upon investigating the student's apartment, an officer heard the cries of another male student sitting on the floor, holding his dog and clearly under the influence of some substance. In the room, police found a box that contained a foil wrapper full of LSD tablets. The student in the room confirmed that both he and the male who jumped from the roof of the second building, or roof of the building, had taken a tablet each. The second student was transported to the hospital at the request of police and treated for LSD consumption. So the investigation is ongoing. Reminds me of there was a movie that Helen Hunt was in when she was just a kid.
Yeah, absolutely.
All about high school
Desperate
and
Lives.
drug use. Was that it?
Caught in the middle, man.
And she jumped out the window.
Yeah.
You remember that?
Was it not an after-school special?
It might have
We
been.
watched it in school.
Yeah.
I do know that. But what was it called again? Desperate Lives?
Desperate Lives.
I'm
caught in the middle.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, there was a song that was associated with everything, yeah.
And the kid from On Golden Pond.
Oh, yes, the sucking face kid.
Yeah, he was the main character in that. So I'm going to do a little diving down to YouTube and see if I can find
That
something.
acid you're taking? Get it? We don't do that sort of stuff here on Golden Pond.
No, that's
makes you all trippy.
The loons freak you out if you're on acid.
Last time I did it, the missus looked like a minotaur.
Norman, she's got a big.
Stop it.
She's got a big.
You're scaring me, you big monster.
Horns on her head.
Are you on LSD again, Norman?
I think Helen Hunt was on PCP, though.
Yeah. You're right. It was PCP.
Yeah.
It was homemade PCP.
Yes, in the lab.
Did you hear that? Wait, what was that?
Sounds like the loons.
Yeah.
Except they look like wild turkeys.
Yeah. All right, anyhow.
Where's Helen Hunt?
She wasn't in that movie. She was in, it was Jane Fonda.
Tell
was
you
in it,
something, I'd like to get on Helen Hunt. Right now, I'm having a bang jerky.
Yikes. Wow. Norman's such a horn dog.
Yeah.
You know, old people lose their filter.
Yeah, it's true. All right, not all pranks are well received. Police in Galveston, Texas got a call on Monday about a masked man on a local beach who was holding what appeared to be a bloody knife. This led to the arrest of Mark Metzger, a local attorney who decided to roam the beach in a Michael Myers costume.
If you need legal help, you might want to skip me.
Yeah, he was cited for disorderly conduct and released. And Metzger said in a Facebook post Monday night that he was, quote, still fuzzy on exactly what was illegal.
He looks like Michael Myers walking on the beach. So what about the bloody knife?
Yeah, he was wearing a Michael Myers mask. So I don't know what the story is, why he wanted to do it, but he did.
Michael Myers, your attorney at law?
I guess so. He never says anything.
Right. Oh, I see.
The silent
I get
treatment.
it. Yeah. You want me to kind of look within myself? Yeah, I did it.
All right, here's a story out of England. Police have issued a warning to shops over a concerned new viral trend involving baked beans. And I reported on a story about this, and now it turns out there's a little bit of information. I told you about a car that was that cars were being vandalized with baked beans. So shops have been urged to look out for children buying large quantities of the goods, while parents are being encouraged to check their cupboards. It comes after beaning, a bizarre new trend, took off on TikTok.
Is this like the cheesing?
Yeah, there you go.
It's exactly the same thing?
It's like that. So beaning involves children smearing baked beans onto people's driveways, doors, and cars and filming it. Numerous videos have been posted on social media with the hashtag #BeanBandits. The messy craze has prompted West Yorkshire police to issue a warning to retailers and parents. They said in a statement this involves youths throwing the contents of a can of beans over properties, very similar to the trend of throwing eggs at properties as well.
I propose a new TikTok trend where you empty a revolver into the back of one of these bean people.
If you work in a shop, they said, please, can you be aware of youths buying large quantities of cans of beans? If you have children living at home, please be mindful if you see them removing cans of beans from the family home.
It's so annoying.
Yeah, I had a story that was, similar to that. Yeah, listen to the
All right.
Teens apparently stealing weird stuff from their schools in order to participate in the devious licks back-to-back school trend on back-to-school trend on TikTok. So
another TikTok trend.
Devious licks.
Right.
Yes. For the trend, kids basically steal stuff from their schools and post about it along with dramatic music and a big reveal.
And they're all getting in trouble.
And they're stealing, and they're revealing themselves to be stealing
on social media.
It's stupid.
What's their perception of the power of? Oh, it's a TikTok trend, so it's
get in
fun,
trouble.
right?
Yeah. So for the trend, they steal stuff. They've stolen all kinds of things. Some considered small grade licks, like toilet paper rolls, class pets, classmates' shoes.
Class pets.
There's, I guess like, hermit crabs.
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah.
Fish thing. So mid-tier licks are parking signs, school laptops, and desk chairs.
Licks.
And more complex swipes or licks would be entire filing cabinets, security cameras, toilets, etc.
Why not teachers' cars?
Maybe that's the extreme lick.
Or kidnap a teacher. That's a super huge lick.
Some TikTok users are saying they're fed up with the antics and complain that school bathrooms are closed due to missing toilets.
Oh, my God.
And stolen bathroom stall dividers. And one user even posted a recording of a school announcement imploring kids to stop stealing soap dispensers and warning that they'll be disciplined if caught. At the time of this writing, TikTok has blocked all the devious licks videos as well as the hashtag. So
yeah, how long does that stay though?
Exactly.
They can work their way around that easily.
Yeah, you're just stealing them. All right, and there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, you have about 6 minutes left to enter the keyword for MMR's Money Clips, and the word is demand this time around. That is it, DEMAND. Text it to our special contest short code 45911 or enter it at the MMR app or at WMMR.com. But the word is demand, DEMAND. Good luck to you. We'll take a break. Coming back, lesson, question, trash, music, news. Those things are on the way.
So me and Bobby D, he said, call me Bobby D. So remember, this is in my book. Don't think 30 lawyers didn't call me and fact check this. Don't think they didn't, because it was so funny. Then he'd be sending over $500 bottles of wine, and so then I said, look, bro, if you want to hang out with Richard, he's better to hang out at night with. So if you want to get on the program, it took me years. It took me years to get down. You take an amphetamine during the day, because the amphetamine, it's more of a smooth ride, and then you slowly descend. And then you have to have a Xanax around just to chip away if you need a little edgy. And then at night you can bring out the greatest hits. Okay, and you stick with that program with a trifecta, and you're good. So he stuck with it the whole time, and we're I'm getting ready to leave. He runs up to me, hey, you got some more of that stuff? So 3 months later, I'm in Tribeca, and De Niro's there with his family. And so I said, I'm going to go say hi to him. I'm with my friends, and I go up to say hi to him. He treats me like a Russian spy. And my friends say, what an idiot, what a bad, I said, what do you mean idiot? What's he going to say? Hey, honey, remember him? He's the one that got me all the Richards and all the,
Well, where are you now? Are you
Are you still doing the trifecta?
You still
no,
doing the
I'm
Richards?
too old for that. No, I'm too old.
Your grandfather.
Yeah, I am. I mean, my son's married to Jamie Lynn Sigler, the actress from Sopranos, and I have a couple grandkids and maybe some other kids. But I mean, it's kind of hard to watch a game. It's like, God, there's another one.
Hey, Kathy just found out her grandfather was a very famous race car driver, and apparently he spread his seed all over the place.
All
and
over the
she's
country.
finding out that this relative she had no idea
he's
she
probably
had.
he's a breeder, He's
He was definitely a breeder.
Yeah, what are you going to do? But, I mean, look, the thing about it is, in Philadelphia, playing in Philadelphia was for me, it was like an honor and a privilege to be able to play in New York and in Philadelphia, which are the greatest fans in the world. So when I still come to Philadelphia, no matter what Angelo Cataldi says or whatever, or what anybody says, or the fact the Phillies owner got mad because I serviced his daughter. Doesn't matter. The fans remember, and that's what makes it so cool,
So when you're on the street and people are coming up to you, you're getting a lot of love.
Yeah, always, man. Because I played hard, man.
Lenny, I've got Phil's been on the hold for a long time. I'm just going to ask this question for him. Are you doing any appearances soon? Because there's people that want to meet you. Do you do public appearances?
Yeah, I do. I'm no problem. You reach me 24/7 on Twitter. You know,
So well, listen, we found out how easy you are to access on Twitter because that's how we first got in touch with you.
Yeah. I have my guy that helps me with Twitter won Jeopardy like 3 times. He's a genius, you know.
All right.
Because like Twitter, it's like right here, right now. You got to be on top of it. So
You have a genius running your Twitter account?
he's a genius. Yeah. I mean, he won. I mean, I couldn't even answer a question on Jeopardy. He won it 3 times. So yeah,
He really was on Jeopardy? He won? He was a 3-time champion?
Yeah, his name's Adam Taxton. He's a big Philly guy.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's a lawyer. He like passed the bar in 5 states just because he wanted to.
Hey, where's home for you now? Where do you live?
I've been hanging out at that intersection, you know, heaven and hell.
Heaven and hell.
The 2 streets they cross every night.
That's where you are.
It's like a cool place to hang out, you know.
I would love to see you like as sort of the guy who walks around when the Phils play, and you're we're meeting with the families and telling.
Well, see, the funny thing about the Phillies is this. So here's what happened. I'm kind of the gift that keeps giving, okay?
Right.
So when we have the big year in '93, go to the World Series, I get a $30 million contract.
Right.
So what happens is I end up having like back surgery and like didn't get their money like out of it. Okay. So when you get this kind of contract, they insure you. So Lloyd's of London does. They flew me all over the country, and basically every part of my body was uninsurable except my back. So when it's time to retire, because my back, and you know, brass is coming up, hey, you know, like your back. I said, dude, I got you. I got you.
Right.
So I do the press conference. It was a true thing. Back surgery took me out. I got the Phillies all $30 million back.
Huh?
Take them to the World Series and get their money back.
That's pretty wild.
You want me on your team? Trust me.
How much of the steroid abuse do you think contributed to the downfall of your body?
I don't think the steroid abuse did. I mean, I think the way I played did, and the vet. I mean, the vet was vicious, man. I'm telling you,
It's like concrete.
Yeah. So like, you picture yourself trying to stop on a dime there, and it's so hard. Like, which is something like I can't do anymore. It's get hard, but it's so painful. It's like humiliating. Like the first time it happens when you get the towel there and like you know like.
But back to the vet.
Yeah, back to the vet.
You got to peel and reveal, and they laugh at you. That's a problem.
It's not good. It's not good.
That's the problem. So I'm always armed with you know what.
But the teeth come out, so you're ready to go.
Well, they don't know that. I still don't know. That's like a side move.
Yeah.
And so I also had this injury, and I had this injury when I played football, where I almost bit my tongue off. Okay, I literally did. And I looked in the mirror and like it was barely hanging there, and they rushed me to the hospital. I got like 15 stitches in my tongue, so there's like a rivet in my tongue too. So combine that without the teeth, and you got Picasso.
Listen, you're a cyborg sex machine.
I'm just a pleaser, but before Picasso can do his work, the canvas has got to be clean. You know.
I got a text that says, "I feel like I need to take a shower after this interview."
Lenny, I don't know if this is legend or if this is not true, but I had heard that other center fielders in the league complained about center field because of the mound of like
absolutely
spit
That's
and
true.
okay.
You know why it's true? Because if I saw the team, my teammates talking to the other team, I said we're fighting.
Yeah.
We had a motto: we're going in their house, taking their money, and doing their women. Okay. so what I'm saying is, like, I wasn't voted the most hated player in the league 5 years in a row because like I made their job easy. I made their job hard. Okay, and that's why they didn't like me.
Is there a part of you that wants to be that most beloved player that that everyone just goes, man, what a great ambassador of the game and so on and so forth? Not at all.
No, I love hitting my home runs on the road. In fact, like when we played Atlanta, so remember I let off. Okay, so on the road they couldn't start the game until I got in the box. So I was in complete control at that point. So we played Atlanta. Ted Turner and Jane Fonda would be sitting there. So I'd always take a wide loop. And I'd stop right in front of Jane Fonda, and I'd say, I wanna, you know what? Right there. Okay?
Really?
Every time. Now, she'd look at me or looking through me, but Ted Turner was so goofy, he's looking all over the place. But that was a classic story, you know. And so my favorite home run I hit was in Atlanta to knock them out of the playoffs, you know. And which is, and again, kind of comparable to what happened to Carson Wentz from the cheap shot in the first inning, would be kind of comparable to, like, when I'm leading off, Greg Maddux throwing a pitch in my head, knocking me out of the playoffs, you know? So that was kind of a rough deal yesterday. But I know I'm all over the map, but
No.
So that's kind
Maddox,
of what I do.
it was weird that he was such a dominant pitcher because he looked like such a nerd.
Well, you know why? Because he pitched right. He played right. So if you play right, okay, like Tom Glavine, when I wanted to catch it and throw it back.
Yeah.
He's in the Hall of Fame. But because he didn't walk people and he played right, he let the percentages take over.
Who's the player you admire the most?
I mean, look, the best player to ever play the game, you can define him this way. Okay, the best player to ever play the game, Barry Bonds. The biggest, you know what, to ever play the game, Barry Bonds. Okay.
You finished second to him in '93, right, for MVP voting? Yeah.
I should have won that, though.
You should have won that.
If the MVP is supposed to be about winning, and like, I mean, he had more home runs and all that stuff, but I'm not mad. You know, I mean, look, for me, every day above ground is a good day.
Yeah.
You know, and I give people hope. Okay, especially like Ray Howard, like older, never mind.
Women.
Beverly Hills.
Hang on a second. I have a 3-time Jeopardy champion on the line. Adam, are you there?
Don't go!
Is this your guy?
No, that's not him.
Oh, okay. Right. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it.
We're losing you.
No, that's not him. That's not one of the guys that was at the tailgate last night, yesterday. I mean, that's something, man. Those guys are hardcore.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. I mean, I couldn't believe it. They're everywhere, and they're all like, looks like they're all drinking the same thing.
They go hard.
There's a lot, yeah. Did it remind you of your days of youth, or is it?
No, see, like I was like controlled, dude. Like I was kind of into like if it's prescribed and it's FDA approved, then I'm good. Like I'm not doing nothing wrong.
Right.
Except till you get to 30 a day, and that's a problem.
Right. Right.
But there's a doctor here in Philadelphia that actually saved my life. I mean, I was actually the first, second patient in the world to do a thing called rapid detox. So, you know, we have a huge opiate epidemic out there right now. And there's a doctor here named Dr. Jim Berman, who's the smartest, best. Like, he saved my life because, like, I couldn't get off opiates. You know, when I was playing, like, I'd see my teammates drinking, like, 20 beers a game, and I told the trainer, I said, I can't do that. I lead off. I said, there's got to be something else. So he gives me one little white pill.
Was it Vicodin?
It's a Vicodin, a little milligram, 5 milligram. And, like, I take that, I have one drink, and, like, I thought I reinvented the wheel. I said, I got him again. I figured it out. I feel great. And now, there's nothing for free, as you know. So fast forward to, like, you know, 30 a day. But I couldn't get off, so I said to him, I can't live like this. There's got to be another way. He says, there is, but it's risky. I said, what do you mean? He says, well, it's not here. It's in Israel. I said, Israel? This is 1990s, late 90s.
Right.
I said, isn't that where they're blowing people up every day? He says, yeah. And he says, well, there's something else. You'd be only the second patient in the world to do it. I said, the world? That's kind of a big place. Did the first one live?
It's water ice dilemma, although it says it right there. It's TJ Miller.
Hey!
When TJ was on with us, we had to do a Zoom interview with him, and the description says, last time TJ was on, Preston had to pee so bad, but this time, TJ's got to go. So if you want to check that out, you certainly can. And in fact, you can follow WMMR on Instagram, and we'll deliver it right to your feed.
Let's collab.
We'll just send it. Let's collab. We'll get it right to you. You don't have to go searching around or anything like that. And it is sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. And you can learn more at Xfinity.com. So a new video for you to check out today. All right, today's lesson question. That's what we're going to do. And we're going to give away a prize. With that, we have a pair of tickets for Movies at the Man on Saturday the 25th, and it will be Black Panther in concert, and the Man Festival Orchestra performs that music while you watch it.
Very cool.
Outside. Yeah, it's going to be great. So the question we're going to go with today, we're going to go with one late in the show, not that long ago, less than an hour ago. What is Seminara's daughter's name? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you know. Casey met Seminara's daughter.
Yes.
Not her real name, but what would we say her name was? 215-263 WMMR. If you heard it and you know, you should call, and you might win. We're going to do the trash.
The trash business is a gold 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Revivalist Spirits, voted USA Today's top craft gin distillery. And they offer online ordering and delivery of gin, vodka, bourbon, and pre-made cocktails to all Pennsylvania residents. Use the promo code Preston for 10% off your purchase. RevivalistSpirits.com. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Kanye West has taken another step in his breakup with Kim Kardashian by formally unfollowing her on Instagram. Yeah, West alerted Kim to his decision by DMing her on Facebook, Twitter, and TikTok.
Yeah.
So there you go. Love and Hip Hop Atlanta star Mo Fain, I know we're all big fans of Mo Fain, has been sentenced, get this, 17 years in prison after pleading guilty to swindling the PPP loan system for almost $5 million. Mo Fain says there is no excuse for his actions, but believes 17 years should give him time to come up with one.
Yeah.
And finally, Octavia Spencer apologizing to Britney Spears and Sam Asghari for suggesting on social media that Britney should get a prenup before her wedding. Spencer says she was wrong to say what literally everyone on earth was thinking. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the question, what is Seminira's daughter's name? And I am going to go to Mike and see if we can get it. Hey, Mike, how you doing, buddy?
Real good, thanks.
Excellent. Mike, who is Seminira's daughter?
Seminira's daughter is Sissy.
Sissy Seminira, yes. Hang on, Mike. We're going to set you up, man. You get these tickets. It's really cool. A pair of tickets for Movies of the Man on Saturday, September 25th, featuring Marvel Studios' Black Panther in concert. The Mann Center Festival Orchestra performs the Oscar and Grammy-winning score live while the film plays in high definition on a 40-foot screen and 2 lawn screens. You can visit mancenter.org for tickets and information.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah! Gato, Mr. Roboto, I want to lick your hiney, Casti Romano.
Wow.
Okay. That's old school.
That's old school.
All right, I have several items to get to. Brought to you by Music News, brought to you by Rita's Water Ice. You can stock up and win at Rita's. Visit your local Rita's Water Ice before September 26th for your chance to win free Rita's for the 2022 season and a pair of diamond stud earrings from Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey. According to Marilyn Manson's attorney, Kent Barker, the videographer who filed a lawsuit against his client after he allegedly spit at and blew his nose on her, consented to such offenses when she signed on to film his concert.
Would you mind if I kick you in the face and blow snot on you?
Because she already knew of his shocking and evocative antics. That's according to the lawyer.
All right.
Barker maintains that videographer Susan Fountain consented to exposing herself to potential contact with sweat, saliva, and phlegm in close quarters.
So revolting.
You know what he does, and I've seen him in concert before.
Yeah, it's not rocket.
He spits at the crowd.
Yeah.
He spits on people.
It's like an old-style punk show.
Yeah. Fountain worked for the venue and was broadcasting footage of the show to the large video screens playing behind Manson during the concert. An arrest warrant was issued for Manson in October of 2019 after Fountain filed 2 misdemeanor simple assault charges against him.
You know where that spinning and snot rocketing the audience came from? It was Frankie Valli.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
He would do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ragdoll. That's right. I remember that. He would sing that and he'd spit in between the lyrics. In other Manson news, the lawsuit brought against him by Jane Doe, who accused him of rape, has been tossed out by a judge. TMZ reports the suit was dismissed on Tuesday.
Predicated on what, did they say?
An expired statute of limitations.
Oh, all right.
This particular suit was filed in May, but dated back to 2011. Manson is still being sued for sexual assault by 3 other women, including his former assistant and Game of Thrones star, Esme Bianco.
Where was that suit that was exceeded the statute of limitations? Where was that filed?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Some states don't have that for rape, do they?
Rape or murder.
Yeah, there is a... I remember reading about that not that long ago. They've extended it, but yeah, I'm not sure, Stephen. I'm not sure if it's state to state. So at this point, I don't know. Hey, Sharon Osbourne has reflected on her relationship with Ozzy Osbourne, saying that, quote, they would beat the S out of each other. She told the Daily Mail, "Our fights were legendary. We would beat the S out of each other. It stopped," she said, "must be 20 years ago, but we had a good run." Sharon also revealed that Ozzy is slated to undergo surgery to correct neck and spine injuries and hopes to get back on stage soon. She said, "Our family have never been a family where there's been great health. I've had cancer twice. My son has multiple sclerosis."
So look at the, there's a picture up in the studio. Sharon looks, now there's age, obviously, but Sharon looks like a completely different individual.
Oh, yeah.
And Ozzy is clearly in his...
He looks different, too.
He does, yeah.
Yeah. She looks better now, I think.
She does.
Than she did before.
Yes.
She probably had a little bit of a nip and tuck done here and there. But yeah, they look completely different.
Right now, in this picture, they look like entertainers at a children's party. You know.
So Slash was among the many hard rock musicians that spoke to Spin Magazine about the influence of Metallica's 1991 Black Album and the influence that it had on our culture. Metallica's just released deluxe box set includes 14 CDs, 6 LPs, 6 DVDs, and a bunch more. And Slash shed light on the album's influence, saying, "I think any Metallica album is a given for a hard rock / metal record collection. They are the pinnacle of that style of music, and they were among the first bands to revolutionize that particular style and sound." And he went on to say the Black Album crossed over in a way that made them a household name, and they achieved that while maintaining their sonic integrity, songwriting, and attitude. They took their signature style and recorded an album that became universally accessible, but still effing cool. And that's no small feat, and maybe something that artists like Metallica might not even want to do, but it happened on this record. For them, the Black Album legacy will live on forever. And he's right. It was that album that brought him into a whole new audience. And then finally, Aerosmith will release its earliest band recordings on Record Store Day next November 26, or I guess it's coming November 26. The new set, titled 1971, The Road Starts Here, features the pre-fame version of the group in its Boston rehearsal space. Tackling 8 tunes. Look what it says here, Casey. I can't say this word. It says, version of the group in... Instead of its, it put a T in front of its.
It's going to be a great collection.
Yeah. Including early takes on their signature classics, Dream On and Mama Kin.
Yeah, I wonder where I can get that collection.
1971, The Road Starts Here will be limited to only 10,000 vinyl copies and 2,000 cassettes. Groups are starting to put out cassettes again.
Do you have one that has vaginas?
I don't think so. According to the announcement, it stated a historic early recording of Aerosmith in their rehearsal room, just the band, crew, and friends captured on Joe Perry's tape recorder. This never-before-heard performance showcases the early, raw talent of this future Hall of Fame band 1 year before signing to Columbia Records and 2 years before their eponymous debut, which featured many of these songs.
So just for the nostalgia of the actual cassette itself, there's no sonic purpose, I think, because the sound would degrade pretty quickly on those.
Yep.
Vinyl, I can see that there's, they talk about the classic warm sound of vinyl.
And if you take care of your vinyl, it'll last you forever.
Right.
Cassette, even if you take really good care of it,
it just breaks down.
It's magnetic material and it breaks down eventually. So, yeah, it's a diminishing return. But there you go. That's what I have in music news for you. Let's take a break. Come back in a second. Wrap the show up. Letter of the day, word of the week with Jackie Bam Bam and more. We'll be right back.
So then he said, and also it's $250,000. I think I don't care about the money. And he says, it's too risky, don't do it. I said, no, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. So I took, hired an Israeli security forces and took LL Airlines and went there, and it was actually like when I got annihilated on the way there. It was like the second time that I cried, meaning as soon as I landed, I said, take me to my doctor. And so this is Israel, too. And like I walk in his office, some dude with his feet up against the window, smoking a cigarette, and he turns around, and it looks like he's got scars and like everything all over him. And I don't know, something happened to me. I broke down, and like the first time I cried was my mom wouldn't let me play in like a Little League game, so I had to have a fever or something. And the second time I cried was like in there, because like if my dad used to spank me, I used to go, hey, Dad, you done yet?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, but I broke down, and I remember him coming over, and he pinned me against the wall, and I still smell that Israeli cigarette. And he said, I'm not going to let you die.
Wow.
And it was very powerful, man. Like, so when I finally came to and came out of it, like I went to the Wailing Wall, you know, instead of just like throwing it against the wall, I stopped and I like got some clarity and said like I'm alive, I'm free, and because that's a different kind of prison. Opiates. You know, I haven't touched one since. That's a prison. I don't reckon anyone gets there. Whoever's been in that world knows the pain. You know?
And so he did save your life. This guy did. Wow,
Yeah.
wow.
All right. Well, listen, Lenny, this has been a wild conversation.
Yeah.
I know we're just scratching the surface.
Sure.
So we'll have to talk to you again sometime in the near future.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, you're just repping Martino signs. I want to make
Hey,
sure I mention
Martino signs, man. Look at the lid. And by the way,
You got a Martino signs hat
yeah,
on.
and the commercials are on YouTube, and so look, I'm also repping my skills too. You know.
Yes, if anyone needs pleasure.
Also on Twitter.
Right.
The bottom line is like, think about it, bro. Like the teeth come out, the rivet in the tongue. It's like
a real home
What
run.
else do you need?
Space shuttle.
Try to contain yourself.
Oh my God.
Well,
he's such a giver.
I'm such a giver. I'm a giver.
You are.
I mean, I'm a nice guy. I give back. You know?
Lenny, there's a whole bunch of wealthy like socialites, and I'm sure along the main line,
Yeah,
right?
man. I live in Villanova. Come on over.
Yeah, I lived. I lived in the main line too. I loved it. I lived in Devon. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
There you go. I think you could find some customers.
Yeah, on the way home from the game, I used to pull in the Wayne Hotel and like get lucky once in a while, you know. I was a bad boy, man.
Yeah, and it looks like you've completely reformed.
Yeah, well, you know what I am? I'm more. It's more
about the people.
Yeah, I'm a man of the people. See, that's right. Good call. I'm a man of the people.
You're a man of the people.
Yeah, I'm a giver. You know.
Yeah, he's a giver. All right, thank you, Lenny Dykstra, guys.
Thank you, man.
of the people,
Awesome.
giver. Thank you, man. Kate Middleton and Prince William are opening up about their family life and what it's like behind palace walls.
We enjoy swinging.
The pair joined baking guru Mary Berry for a Berry Royal Christmas.
I love her.
On the BBC.
Do you really?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay.
Sharing his perspective on how he has been talking to his kids about the causes they champion. William noted that when he drives Prince George and Princess Charlotte to school, they point out homeless people and ask questions.
Daddy, run over them. They frighten me. Will do.
He said on the school run, I know it sounds a little bit...
I killed that one.
Got one.
Keep score back there. Do you all have a pad and paper and pencils and such? 1-1.
Yeah, two that time. William also highlighted his late mother, Princess Diana's work, and credited her with opening his and brother Harry's eyes. And he said that a visit to the Passage Homeless Charity was one of the first places I came to, actually. It must have been between 8 and 10 years old, something like that, and it had a profound effect on me. He said, my mother knew what she was doing with it. She realized that it was very important when you grow up, especially in the life that we grew up in, that you realize that life happens beyond palace walls and that you see the real people struggling with real issues.
And this is the cake woman they're talking to?
This is the cake woman.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me all this time?
Yeah. Mary Berry. And
I simply asked, how are you doing?
The special aired yesterday on the BBC, by the way.
There was a throwaway line that made a lot of press. I guess it was in the Daily Mail. She said to Kate Middleton, basically something like, would you like to squirt on the cake?
Oh, geez.
And so there was actually isolate, and they thought that was rather amusing. Why don't you lift up your skirt, hop up on the table, and squirt on the cake? Squirt. You know, like they do in pornographic films.
Royal jelly.
Royal jelly. Wow, you're like a geyser.
Okay. Kevin Costner has set a new drama at ABC. ISB will tell the story of elite special agents of the Investigative Services Branch, whose job it is to solve the most complex and heinous crimes committed in national parks in the Pacific West region.
ISB?
ISB. He is going to produce and write this. It's a procedural. Former The Flash showrunner Aaron Hellberg and Costner will co-write and executive produce. and Helbing will also be, act as the showrunner. I don't think he's planning on acting.
He's producing
in the whole thing.
He's also producing a series for NBC called DVDA.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which and it's another division, Preston.
I guess that is.
They have there's 2 openings in that particular division.
Jesus. Oh, and there's 2 different divisions, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So 4 openings total.
Yeah.
No, 2 openings,
just 2
4
openings.
positions.
Wow. I'm with DVDA. Any openings there? 2.
You guys are talking about the Delaware Valley Dance Academy, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
4 positions.
4 positions for 2 openings.
Right.
I needed
Look up
that.
DVDA.
I needed that.
Or don't.
Yeah. Or don't.
No, or just watch Blue Waffle.
Or you could just know what
Go
that
about
is.
the rest of your day without doing that.
Did you guys see the updated E.T. commercial that's
I
on?
did.
It's
Yeah.
great. I love it.
It is
Steven
cool.
Spielberg directed it.
Did he?
That's what
I was wondering because
that's what I read.
Like, you can't tread on Steven Spielberg's territory.
Yeah. Well, Henry Thomas, who played Elliot, allegedly tampered with his sobriety test during a DWI stop. According to a police report obtained by TMZ, he refused a breathalyzer during a stop in Oregon. He was reportedly taken to a station and put in a holding cell. And when a urine sample was taken, the report claims he filled it with toilet water.
The oldest trick in the book. E.T. taught him that.
He denies the claim.
If you're ever arrested for drinking, take your urine specimen and mix it with toilet water.
He denies the claim. Last month, the 48-year-old pleaded no contest to driving under the influence. He was given a $500 fine. I was also told to attend a victim impact panel and install a car
Here, I'll
breathalyzer.
piss in a cup for you.
Oh my God!
There are no minerals in this urine that are not even on Earth anywhere.
It's purple.
It looks like the purple stuff. You drink instead of Sunny Delight.
Breaking news.
Really?
What's up?
Marissa was just telling me you sent it over. Okay. We heard rumblings about this, I guess, Monday, that Pearl Jam is going to have new music out?
Oh, yeah. Bill mentioned something to us about that.
Okay. We have a clip of the song Marissa just sent over.
Oh.
And she's going to get you some information on the album. What's the name of the song, Marissa?
I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She does not. What is it?
It's called Four Corners.
Four Corners.
Four Corners. Just a clip of the song. You want to
So
play?
it's ready to go now?
Yeah.
Did you finish the endorsement or the?
I did.
Okay,
I
all
did.
right.
Yeah. So limited time offer was the last part of that.
All right.
New music, Pearl Jam. Just a clip of it.
It's got like 40
Very cool.
seconds.
All right, here we go. Let's check this out.
Hook, line, and sinker. Even
as soon as the vocals started, his head popped up.
But it was believable vocals. The first line of the vocals, I was like, well, Casey's going to make fun of this. What's the guitar?
It's actually Mike McCready.
It's Mike McCready. Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
But you can play now. Both you can play.
Not this.
Felt sort of conflicted because he was free of that.
Right.
But he did love his dad.
Right. It was a good conversation that we had with her. And her book is out on the 21st. What are you guys whispering about? I can hear you whispering.
I was screaming to him, "Come on, Romano, Kathy, Romano." But what were the other lyrics that guy was singing? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I just heard.
Sorry.
With my headphones on. But it's all good.
Now, that's what you call whispering.
Was that on the top 500 list, Steve?
Yeah,
that we were talking
absolutely.
about?
That was, yeah.
What's your take on lists like that, Jackie?
I came in halfway through your conversation. I heard our assistant program director, I call him the secret weapon, Chucky D'Amico, was bitching about something. What was Chucky bitching about?
He said that if anything besides Imagine from John Lennon is number one, then the list is garbage.
And I did hear Nick say it was overplayed a little bit with John Lennon.
Well, it's Kathy and I mean, a lot of people were sharing that sentiment. Preston, too. Yeah.
There's so many burned songs, but okay, I'll go with that one. No,
doesn't diminish how great they are. It's just on a personal thing. You're like,
What would you put as the greatest Stones song?
Well, it changes every day. Everyone always says it. I'm like, don't do that to me.
I'm the same way with the Beatles. You know, like what's your favorite song? I'm like, it depends on what mood I'm in.
Right.
There's so many works, so many pieces, so many brilliant pieces to choose from. It just depends. I mean, because they have, I think, the highest charting one on that particular list, which we're talking about the Rolling Stone magazine top 500 greatest songs of all time. But Gimme Shelter is the one that they popped up there as the top.
Mary Clayton pregnant, bringing her in the studio. Isolate them vocals, Prespo.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, one that people would not probably go to is that I love, that I think is one of the greatest Stone songs, is Waiting on a Friend.
Oh, yeah.
It's excellent.
Yeah.
New York City, St. Mark's Bar and Grill, that video, Mick and Keith sitting on the steps of Physical Graffiti album.
Yeah.
Oh, so much history there.
Yeah.
What about Gordon Lightfoot?
Gordon Lightfoot, I do. I love If You Could Read My Mind. I love the record of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Right. Was that on the list?
Carefree Highway.
Okay. I know.
I'm a big Gordon Lightfoot fan.
You know what's funny? I saw
Canadian Railroad Trilogy.
Oh, now you're going on me, Steve.
Oh, yeah.
I saw Joe Bell wearing a shirt. I was like, is that Gordon Lightfoot? He's no. It's Rita Coolidge's ex. And I was like, who's that? And he's like, Chris Christopherson. I'm like, dude, you just schooled me.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Joe Bell, our general manager, our group manager.
Not usually wear a shirt.
No,
Yeah,
he usually walks around shirtless around here all over the place.
Looking like a Bruce Springsteen roadie yesterday.
All right, I guess before we continue this nonsensical conversation, we should do the letter of the day. You ready?
We
All right,
should.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, and the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter C, as in Pants Chewing Dog Cinderella.
Cinderella. I gotcha. C. And don't forget that we have a 6-pack of tickets as Live Casino and Hotel Philadelphia presents MMRBQ 2021. Saturday, September 25th, BB&T Pavilion featuring Jane's Addiction, The Offspring, Cheap Trick, Dirty Honey, Dorothy, Mammoth Wolfgang Van Halen, Aaron Jones, Foxtrot, and The Get Down. And tickets to the party on the lawn start at just $25. You can visit WMMR.com for complete details. So shake me, Jackie Bam Bam. What's coming up on the show?
Well, we're not going to the Galaxy of the Empire, but maybe $500 could win you a lot of trips there. You got your Money Clips keyword at noon and 2, of course. Workforce blocks on the docket today. Oh, Man About Town, Bill Weston's favorites. We're getting brownie points here. We're going to CBGB's with the Talking Heads. It's the anniversary of their debut TA77. We'll track that. Skid Row, speaking of Jersey, he auditioned for Cinderella. Dave Snake Sabo never made the gig because the late, great Jeff LeBar got that gig, but he formed Skid Row. It's his birthday. We'll celebrate that. And Prespo, you know him, the drummer, the Faces, the Small Faces, and the Who. Kenny Jones is celebrating a birthday. We'll acknowledge that. Prize Coffin, Black Crowes, Dirty Honey tickets, and Metallica Black Album on vinyl.
Nice. All right, excellent. Thank you very much, sir. Let me take a moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also, Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors, and the Pennsylvania Renaissance Fair. And you can experience that at PARenfair.com. Tomorrow on our program, we'll have joining us comedian Sam Morrill will be on the show. And an actor, B.D. Wong.
B.D. Wong is great.
He's great, right?
I love B.D. Wong.
He was in Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
He was in Mulan. He was also, remember the movie The Freshman?
Yes.
He was like
he was excellent.
One of Brando's go-tos in that movie. So he's great. So we'll have him on the show tomorrow, and we'll see what else we can get into. That's it. We are done. Rage on, and have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.